Hey guys, sup? How are we today? All right, where
Hello
were
there.
we? What up, Scissorsley? How you doing? And I actually have to decide what I want to do with this ring. Realistically, it's a minus lightning res ring that's its only other negative is minus intelligence. I'll put it for like 10C.
Hello.
I doubt it will sell. But if it does, it does.
Let you know.
Where was I this afternoon? Because I logged in for not long to run a few maps just because I felt like playing a bit. I just remember there are no scarabs here, so I shouldn't really be doing this. Only thing I touch is Nico and Bismuth, because we're trying to get Egan done. By the way, Egan showed up my maps again. That was a bit too quick. I have a very strong feeling underpriced is what that means. I have a very strong feeling like I clearly underpriced it. It is what it is though.
We've made a trade.
Yeah, I can't see more details here.
Can I?
Anyways, where did we leave off yesterday? We were crafting a wand as of when we ran out of currency for the craft. Now for that craft in particular, multi-mod and done. Let me see. You have +2. Oh shit. I recommend multi-modding, increased damage and trigger, but yes, that is indeed what you do. Then whenever you want to go for a higher budget weapon, you could always do one of two things. You could either add or remove speed caster to try to get attack cast speed on the suffixes, with prefixes can be changed locked, of course, or you reforge while blocking the prefix so you can still craft million damage with multi-mod. But whether that is worth the currency or not is a different conversation. Probably would be better spending that currency you would spend to do that, trying to craft one that naturally rolls decent minion damage. Yeah, you can go ahead and slam after the multi-mod. After multi-mod damage and then trigger, you can slam after that. %29 rarity. Oh, is this lava lake?
I shall strike you down.
No idea why. I guess I do know why, but I'm a bit on the tired side today. I didn't sleep that long last night, even though I should have. Good luck. What did you get? Oh, crits. For Defilers, it's not the most impactful, but it does overall increase the value of the wand, so you do have that going for you.
Arise.
And then we have Theater of Lies. What do I want to do with Theater of Lies? Do I want to run in white? I've never run in white before. I don't think he drops anything else I'm really interested in, to be honest. But I will do it as you... Oh. I will roll it as usual for something I can run. I don't want to do Awakener's Desolation. Say no to Spell Suppress. We're not doing Bloodstained. Power charges can be dicey. It literally might be the reason I died, because something crits me. And then attack half speed is also not ideal, obviously. I will run it though. I will 100% run it. Every single time I get Theater of Lies, I get this breach. The expanding one. I don't think I've gotten a fortress here. It's to the point that I don't actually think you can get a fortress here.
Observe divinity. Unveiling hope. Believe in me. Belief and conviction shall free your mind. Open your heart. You deny.
Yeah. Bring my loot right now. The good news is
Where was I?
power charges didn't make a difference. I did it admittedly more damage than I probably should have. Oh shit. Wait, have they gone up in price of divines? Okay, divines are going up in price. I was like, yeah, they've gone up in price, but that is not the entire story. $167. Do I regret saving my currency in chaoses? Not really. I have some chaoses, I have some divines at this point. We're going to be crafting another one today. I think that is going to be our end game, like our ultimate goal for the stream. We need another wand because this doesn't have minion damage, and I would really like minion damage. Then I can clean up suffixes if possible. Hopefully we get to do something like that. But like realistically, there are also other things I could instead spend black currency on. I do need to check. I do need to check just how much the Doriani swap is, just because like that is something I am keeping my eye on, the Sublime Vision market and all. Because once I have the full conversion, I do need to find a timeless jewel as well. Good. It's still dropping. Happy with that. Heading to bed. All right. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Hopefully King's March ends up, you know, actually being rewarding. Oh god. Yeah. Go fight. Go. Yo, protect me. How much are Spalin's going for this season? I need to check that. Oh, it's this guy. Where are you all attacking? Brother, can you like actually layer well? Trying to click you.
The wind today, wouldn't you say, Exile?
Bruh. All right, I'll be right back. Real quick. Give me a second. All right, where were we?
And I'm ready. Not
I wonder if each of these bosses, you know, only the final boss gives sulfites, like when you kill the last one. I guess it's sulfite on map completion, not on killing a boss. Wretched Defiler Enjoyer? How? Oh, you're playing them? How are they treating you? Lol, that's an interesting name. Reconcile. Interesting way to spell it, that's for sure. This guy has lightning totems. Now it's just walking in through T16s. Yep. The minion fantasy. Like I can just walk in a straight line. The entirety of my screen is filled with projectiles, and everything else in front of me is dead.
This'll do nicely,
Especially on layouts that allow for it. Because all res rarity, reduce fire damage. Okay. No real redeeming qualities on that amulet. Are you on are you going Doriani? And if so, have you gone Doriani, or are you still farming up for it? I for one have not yet got Doriani, but I will be going it. Farming at the moment, though a bit behind me. You're trying to get a beta bind. Beta bind is ridiculously expensive, I'll say that much. Like there's so many other good upgrades you could get before beta bind that I'm just like, how is it that it's that expensive? Are people just prioritizing it when they shouldn't? Like how? I think it is going down though. When I last checked it, it was finally below 20 div. I got mine for 13. Yeah, it's 18 now. So hopefully it keeps going down. Hopefully. Sup, Mr. Kevo? How you doing? Hopefully pick one up around 15D, because I think the high road darkness entron too. I still don't have a high road darkness entron. My DE is 60 something. Somebody's about 560. You know, one thing I also should do, I should reload my filter so it updates for the day. I need to make sure that all the monsters that spawned by Nico actually do drop sulfite, or and that it's not a waste. Why do I have a slight headache? Oh geez. Are you using this as your main build or swap it to something else eventually? Defilers are my main build. However, I'm not opposed to other builds that I decide to try later down the line. But you're going to be on Defilers for a bit. It was my league starter. It was my league starter. And I have no intention of. What do you call it? What do you need? Wait, Atlas, do you used to farm the minerals for the Citadel? Minerals for the Citadel. Do you explain what you mean minerals for the Citadel? Is there someone else? You're welcome. What did you use to actually start? I was running so rest fantasy until I swapped over. It was very comfy. Oh, nice. I've been running specters from a campaign. I started with slave drivers with skellies and zombies, then went to defilers with skellies and zombies, and then eventually went to just defilers as DPS with AG and golem, and then we went to dark monarch. Not amazing, but good enough for now. Let's see. 808 ES plus 1 max specters, mana reservations, twilight regalia. I mean, this is still really good. Like just twilight regalia and plus 1 specters, and then you fracture that. How much are fractures going for? Three points, 3.5. Well, now 3 divines, give or take. The prices of everything seem so low. Everything in regards to what's gear or items or like currency as well, because like there's quite a few things that I have started with blights and couldn't make any currency with oils. I am quite curious how blight is doing. So I take it, is this in map blight or is this like blighted maps you were doing? Both. Blighted maps tend to shit out a bunch of, what is it, bubblegum currency. So that would end up being one of your main sources of income, just liquidating all the bubblegum you end up dropping. Oils are also not the highly juiced strat, though. Yeah, I mean, I think you would need to be a special kind of degen to be able to like handle that kind of content day 1 or day 2. Because like the other that's why like the build you're running would have to be like stupidly broken. You know what I'm just now realizing, because of how tired I am. I'm just now realizing I didn't kill the boss. I don't know why I'm so tired today. I actually have no idea. I think I'll solve this at 400-ish. Is the settlers farm updated on the spreadsheet? Not quite yet. I haven't actually done any liquidating, so I actually have no idea how good it is. So I'm hesitant to put it on the spreadsheet just yet. This is still my first 20 sets, my first 20 maps, so I can't say it's profitable or recommend it to people just yet. Basically, with the produce from this map, ooh. With the produce from this map, I want to send a shipment. Reconcile, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Wait, is this the only side that has enemies? Where it is? It's a very similar tree to what I imagine I had last league for settlers. I don't fully remember. It's a lot of effect scaling and it's a lot of quantity, and it's a lot of Nico scaling. Yeah, I should 100% lose my loot filter. Let me see. Blight is fine for me. Getting a ton of tainted from low level maps. Oh, you're farming blight in. You're farming blight corrupted, like blighted maps.
Oops, clumsy me.
Three teals. If I remember correctly, teal is the one that makes them spawn faster. Yeah. Room graft is kind of meh, but it is what it is. What is the current value we have from bars? I want to see. I'm also still rethinking the farming strat, or the shipping strat rather, with the bars.
You know,
Aye.
A part of me thinks I should send them all together. Part of me will probably be right. Down 5.4. Okay. I need to find recruitments then, or shipping specifically.
And not before.
Hello. I've got plenty more.
Speak of the devil.
Eager to sign up.
The choice is made. A good apprentice for Danik.
What have you?
The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
I think it's kind of funny how I'm already at 5 mil shipments and it's still a 20% chance. All right, you know what? We'll come back for you. How's that? We'll come back and deal with it. Did I drop something here? Do I have like some insane pack size multiplier here, or what's going on? Because the size of that pack that just spawned out of nowhere. 400, 450.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm good. Streaming. You? How much quantity and rarity do we need for the maps? I don't have a number, if I'm being honest. I just use 8 modded maps. They typically have enough quantity, and if you really want to invest into quantity for, you want to do settlers or you want to do map farming first and foremost, I guess. Map farming wants as much quantity as you can give it, and so does settlers, to be fair. Ooh. You know, the funny thing is I'm still getting a very healthy amount of like these 17 maps, even just farming settlers. Full settler scarabs. But I have
What's your
some.
map farming strats?
What is it?
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that question.
What
My
are
map
you
farm
doing?
is basically just
Like
map farm,
shrines and shit?
map farming, shrine, ritual. Put as many native monsters in the map as possible, and giga juice map drop chance, and add more monsters to the map via the new dodries. Those, I'm not dodry. The more dangerous monsters from multitudes, basically.
Okay.
This room Raft of the River was, I don't know, I have a memory of it being expensive. I just don't remember when. Probably during actual settlers, I think. I think I was actually during settlers. So, Cable, I don't think we need rarity for any of the strats I'm doing. You don't really need rarity. But in terms of quantity, if you really want to like min-max it and push like for more currency per hour, I would say get over 100 quants. But that's like 8 mod. Again, that's from 8 mod map sellers that can give you stuff over 100 quants. Regular maps you roll wouldn't roll that much quantity. Like all of these, I think I have it, or not all, but most of these have over 100 quantity. And I didn't even ask for 800 quantity. I just give them a rejects.
Playing 15, Jared. To finish this map.
By
That's
the
how long
way,
this map is gonna take me.
your Legion strats.
Love Legion.
How's it feeling?
I'm on my last 3 maps. It wasn't a big sample size, it was just 20 maps. It's fun. I mean, I'm making a lot of currency, I guess.
You doesn't sound like you're having fun, but okay.
I mean, I think I have more fun thinking about the build today, like the build I want to roll.
The Hex
I haven't
Blast.
used Font of Thunder yet. Hex Blast.
Impending Doom Radar.
I said, bro, nobody's playing Hex Blast. No, it's the Impending Doom build, yeah.
I mean, all curses in my head. Like, oh, curse do
I
damage.
mean, I guess that's fair. That's fair. I forget the Hex Blast is technically like a curse thing.
You mean Impending Doom?
Well, Hex Blast too, though, right?
Yeah, but Hex Blast is
It
literally has
like
Hex in the
curse
name.
synergy. Yeah, but like I never actually processed it that way because that's just like it's not how people play the skill like Doom Blast. Right? Impending Doom, I'm literally seeing Hex Blast. I knew you needed to like have curse on hits by the time you wanted to play it, but I didn't understand that because it was a mind skill the way people played it. So it didn't feel as like, you know, Impending Doom. Yeah.
I don't know
I'm literally
how.
watching everything I'm casting on the floor, the curses.
I don't know how Hex Blast plays. I guess it's Hex Blast Mines or something, right? I don't have a
Yeah, it's
mental
usually
image
people
of.
play through those mines, yeah.
I don't have a mental image of the shroud. I
Literally
just
just
know
looks like you throw a mine and it auto targets something
the
from the
curse.
sky to hit the floor. It doesn't
The
look like a curse, it just looks like something from the sky comes to hit the floor. Impending Doom looks like a curse though, right? Because you're literally casting 4 courses on CD and it's fucking up the ground and all that. I think Impending Doom is such a cool skill. Either way, you know how many times I've tried this skill and failed, right?
my way.
I didn't know about all these because remember I would just get Mage Blood, I'll slap it on, get a good, you know, Shaco, and I think I'll be like, why is this thing not working? I think that cast speed thing might have been a big reason why, because I was definitely giga cast speed because Mage Blood.
I will say, you understand how? Do you understand the cast speed thing? It's the same cast on Create Logic with Cyclone.
Really?
Yeah.
How does that have to do with? Okay,
You
can explain it if you want.
cast your spell. It triggers the second spell on your gloves, which would then which of course casts a spell, and I think the spell overrides. How does the Impending Doom work? You cast a spell, and that spell expire. The spell's expiring triggers the explosion, right, or something along those lines.
No, but I could just tell you how it works. It's close to that. You're close. So the way Impending Doom works, so Impending Doom is like a support gem for Hex curses, right? When the Hex on the supporter skill expires, it triggers Doom Blast. That So yeah, when the Hex expires, yes. Okay, but I'm gonna say a little bit. I said you were close. You gotta finish up because Impending Doom is quite specific, right? Like someone on Reddit today was asking. Yeah, I just got this, like, the helmet, the Foulborn helmet mod. Can I use, like, Arcanist brand with Assassin's Mark and, like, that? None of that's happening. Because it doesn't work on triggered skills.
Okay.
So, but every single time you remove the curse, it does Doom Blast damage. Which is why we want to use Vixen's Entrapment, right? Because you wanna make it so you're overlapping 4 curses, the way I understand it. Right, with some good AoE. Those curses are overlapping for the Doom Blasts.
I understand it.
So you were right.
So basically, the way it works is if you're casting too quick, you're going to cast before the cooldown on your glove finishes, because Vixens has a cooldown. If you cast before the cooldown on the gloves, then you
the
waste.
cooldown is capped and you can't scale it.
I don't know if you can scale it, but that's why you cap your cast speed, because if you cast too quickly, then you might hit it on the cusp of the cooldown being down, and now you have an entirely long period before you can actually cast again, which would hurt your DPS rather than help it. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think so. Yes, it does. Okay, but man, I wish I could go back into those other builds. I mean, I might still have the POB, just to understand like what exactly. Why did I have so much money into it and it felt like no damage? I've learned some things today. For example, I've learned the curse you care about the least, you want to be the first gem in the Vixen's glove, because that's what get removed. It's what get removed first. And so I might have not known that, and I might have put, important gems in that slot. Important curses in that slot.
Yeah, so like you want your despair to not be there. Do you scale poison? But give me a second.
This is gonna be a poison version.
Okay. Hey man, 2 questions. How do you stop minions dying to early reflect, and how do I make... What the fuck just happened to my tree? The fuck happened to my tree? Anyways, I wasn't paying attention. How do you become immune to CB? There's a few ways to become immune to CB. The low budgets into mid budgets, you have 2 options. You either get this flask implicit CB, where when you press your life flask, it removes CB and bleeds. That is what I do. Or you can go for this max res wheel, and it has a mastery that has CB immunity. Minions can't be CB immune. Then early reflect immune. For early reflect, you can't make them early reflect immune. You can, however, make your Wretched Defilers take less reduced damage, and you can take, and you would want to scale. You'd want this modifier. Where is it? This one. You and your minions take 50% reduced reflected damage. You want to have that modifier, but like up to 100% reduced and more, because if you just get to 100% and your minions get shocked, they wouldn't be able to take reflected damage again. Any source of increased damage will counter this and make them take reflected damage again. So you want to overcap that. Where do you get this? Shaper can have there can be Shaper mod on chest piece for that modifier. Rings can have it for, I think, a Shaper mod as well, if I remember correctly. And there's a unique ring called, I think, Cybils something. I forget the name. Cybils is a very, 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 very kind of ass skill or ass ring. However, it does have a higher roll of the minion early reflect immunity, or early reflect reduced damage. 80%. But that's basically all it does. I guess it gives you some life, but that's all it does. And it also gives you reduced rarity because you had too much gold, apparently. Eldritch Implicit can also do, that is correct. You can also get it as an Eldritch Implicit. Wait, is the Eldritch Implicit one, is that a permanent reduced reflected? I don't remember. Eldritch Implicit, yeah, you actually can get it as an Ether World Implicit. There. And T1 is, or the highest tier is 70%. So those are your options. They're all kind of steep. These are the Eldritch Implicits. The Shaper mod is this one for rings. These are the Shaper mods for elemental, and then I think this one is the Shaper mod for body armor. 100% reduce reflected early damage. So that is how, if you wanted to, you could become. It doesn't. Oh, it does. Doesn't it? Oh wait, doesn't. It doesn't work. Okay, you are correct. I knew that was the reason I don't use this one. It's only for you. This doesn't count for your minions. It's these ones that counts. Yeah, you're correct.
When I'm ready, I'm not prepared.
Because if the Eldritch Implicit works, I would see myself using it a lot and just pairing it with this one to get 120%. 120% reduced reflected damage, and just not care about reflect for the most part, especially seen as a generic reflected damage. And an influence. Here's the thing, you wouldn't be able to do that because you can't fracture influence gear. So you can make it Shaper mods. You can Shaper exalt it when you're done crafting the prefixes. If you don't fracture it, at least you can craft that. Craft prefixes, Shaper exalt to get suffixes, and then try to finish your suffixes without breaking it. That is like the only way to do it, and there's no. I think to hit the mod, you just kind of have to reforge. We'll have to see what tags will be there to even begin with. It's not a straightforward crafts, I can tell you that much. Like, just thinking about it, it's not the most straightforward. And you also can't use Eldritch currency on it, because the moment you use Eldritch currency on it, you can't Conqueror Awakener Orb. So Arcane, it's very possible that you are missing some easy to hit things when you first attempted these builds, but at the same time, it's also possible that like, was your experience very different from what you were seeing, or what?
Yeah, there were times I felt like I had no DPS.
And
But that's every time I went there. I went for the other strat. What's it called? The crit version. This is the first time I'll be going poison.
yeah.
I feel like poison is probably better if I want to actually try to understand the skill. Like, I can see myself being tired of the ramp later. But it seems like dog cap is very possible on it.
Okay.
And not very possible, like it's like consistently hit.
Impendidum is the one that has the 5 cast overlap. That you spell echo and you want to hit a breakpoint of
Awaken spell echo, yeah.
yeah.
You want to hit an AoE.
Yeah, so that's
So they're all overlap, yeah.
so that when you cast it, it casts multiple curses, and the middle casts removes the first curse or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's exactly that, yeah. I go cannot be ignited on my rank.
Cannot be ignited. What rank? Like corruption?
Yeah, I sent it to you. Game.
Oh, Kikazaru. Oh shit.
5C. Cannot be poisoned is also 5C.
Then what is money for Kikazaru?
And that is something that many people are playing the build. Cannot be ignited on an ES build, that's crazy.
Lol.
Maybe people have also just reached a point where they're using Storm Shroud and they don't care about the damage bonus of their craft. Could be one of
Maybe.
those two things.
How
'Cause,
popular
yeah, I
is
have
the build?
Cannot be poison. That's not that popular. Most people are playing Wonders.
Yeah. Minions are also pretty popular now.
Good time to be a minion creator. Bad time to be a minion player.
Minion gear is actually decently expensive, I would say. Like nothing like Wonder level expense, I imagine. But yeah.
The thing with the Wonder shit is like, okay, one of the most meta Wonder skills is Kinetic Bolt of Clustering, the one that scales with mana.
Yeah.
So
And
you go mana stack. Like, there's only so many things that are crazy about that build that you're not just gonna craft on the tree. What you craft on the tree will literally carry you for a very long time before you want to go something expensive like Intergon. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And then the other Kinetic Blast one is a bit just like, you know, a Deadeye with flat damage ones. Like, that's it. So, like, Kinetic, like, wand gear is actually not pricey compared to, like, other leagues, like, you know,
Yeah.
because of the tree. A lot of the mid gear that you can sit and farm a Mage Blood in is free. Really free.
Meanwhile,
Which makes builds, for my type of builds that are not that popular, that shit is pretty good shit.
meanwhile, minion gear is just there like, my friend, where are my stats?
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing.
Like we can't even target the base type.
I mean, they were pushed for sure I mean, Recom still exists, right? And the truth is, if you want to take a build end game, you probably just want to recombat, right? 'Cause it doesn't get better than the recom still for a lot of builds.
For the chest page, you're still going to recom for minions anyways because you need +1. For your wand, you need aggressive. You're not going to recom, but your base is kind of set in stone. For your rings, you probably want fractured minion damage, but so like that's that I think it's the rings that really annoy me because like the rings are like definitely something we could have farm some really nice stuff for if their minion starts on the tree. Like just give us like just a ring that maybe has minion attack speed, damage, movement speed, stuff like that. And then you can mess around with just the stats. Like just the presence of minion tag on the tree would have helped a lot. Maybe trying to get +2 minion helmets for lower budgets would have helped a lot. Same thing with the shield, you know, would have helped tremendously. But like suddenly none of these exist. And I think if you want to even have a chance at going for them, you would have to go for a reduced chance for everything without increasing the chance on anything, well, except like maybe int gear. And then most of the things you see will not be what you want, but like you'll probably see more minion stuff then. So not good, still shitty, but like the best of shitty odds.
Sag.
Ooh, Volta Adziri. Adziri.
I think the legions feel really good after all the upgrades to gear. My damage like more than doubled.
Nice.
But so I could do another set if I really wanted to. I would probably go.
Internet is out. Getting tainted about 1 in 8 maps. That's actually pretty decent. Those are pretty decent numbers. How much are tainted going for right now? Or as of the last time you sold?
Fusings?
No, oil.
That would be kind of odd. What about it? Just sitting in Blight printing, watching a show?
Yeah.
Show Louis Sandy AFK threats.
AFK Blights, that would have to be like change of command or something. Yeah, the only ones that can roam as far away from you as that, and while also getting like explode. I mean, for someone who works as long as you do, an AFK build might not be bad.
Yeah.
Remote desktop, load it, queue up a map, and just
Whoa.
AFK.
That'd be so funny. The thing is, I work in the center of the office, so I wouldn't get away with that. So I barely get away with TLI. If not, then my coworkers are just cool.
Lol. Who am I supposed to kill here? Who's alive? Oh, you.
Play some Deadlock for Jared.
Enjoy.
Be back.
Sounds good. I have not sold. You're going to wait for the prices to go up. Smart. But how much are they going for now? Or the last time you checked the price? And how is your prismatic oil drop rates? I'm curious about that one. Because like I think since they added prismatic oils, I have not really messed around with them, I don't think. Like I haven't really messed around with Blight since they added it, so I don't know what the drop rate of that is like.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
There are about 25 to 30 tainteds, so really not many. You've seen only 2. Is it more common than golden, or is golden more common? Let me get water. BRB. All right, I am back with a drink and a bit of water. You think golden is more common? I think that's kind of ironic because I remember way back when I was new and I was farming blights, I used to think, God damn, golds are so fucking rare. Come to find out they release something even rarer.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
But yeah, it's been at least a few seasons since I tried Blight as a league starter. Been a hot minute. I think I gave up on figuring out how to make it work early on, just because I don't know. Every single time I tried, I was bitten in the butt. Now, if I were to try it as a league starter, I feel like I would actually have success, and seeing as I actually now have experience and I know what I'm looking for and stuff like that. I know I'm just probably going to sit in blighted maps day one, get a shit on a bubblegum currency, liquidate all of that. Oh, and to be fair to my past self, wealthy exile wasn't a thing. So like, you know that moment when you're a new player and you're picking up currency and whatnot, and you know you have, like, you're picking up currency, but like it's not registering to you that you have money, that you have divines and chaoses, because you're not dropping divines and chaoses, right? It's like I could sell alterations, but like it's so much work because no currency exchange and stuff like that. Oh god, my internet. Oh, it's back. But B, I don't have a visual representation of, oh, this is how much I have in all these bubblegums either. So I think if I had access to, like, you know, wealthy exile, maybe my experience would have been different. Plus, I just didn't think I was actually going to make currency from buying blighted maps instead of running it in maps. And running into maps just didn't feel that lucrative at the time, I think. The life of a baby PoE player.
nicely, Exile.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
Oh, we lost shipments. Surely this is the lost shipment that is going to give me what I want. It's Karui. Okay, it was the lost shipment. All right, fair. This might actually be. Okay, no, I was about to say it could be the shipment to Calgary, but then I remember Calgary is in Karui. Easy divine, I guess. There's a divine in every strat I go to, apparently. Guran, square up, thank you very much. Blight is good for the Ravage, but I will need a ton of gear for that. Maybe Doriani. Yeah, I think for those for the bosses in Blight, especially when you start dealing with the ones that have, like, you know, implicit, oh, these monsters have more life, it becomes a lot harder for any build that doesn't utilize explode or doesn't scale its damage based on the enemy's life to succeed. So Doriani will help you a lot, just for having a now you have such a stupid multiplier that even though they have this amount of more life, you still have decent damage against it just by sheer raw DPS, you know. What? 2 maps to the rule. That is not something I was expecting, but I will take it. The lucky divine gave me a lucky divine, apparently.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
What Atlas strat am I running? I'm currently farming settlers of Calgary, so I was not expecting to get drops in my maps like that. Like, I've run settlers multiple times. I know I'm going to like break even just off of the map loot, and then the shipment is going to set me very far into the positives. But like, dropping 2 divines there is kind of giga lucky. Or 2 divines in 2 maps is kind of giga lucky. That is not something that that I think happens often. But then again, it's also being a large part of it, I would say, is also just the maps I'm running. I've been in 8 modded maps for a while, and like most of these maps apparently have over 100 quantity. Like this guy is 170 quantity after all my map effect and everything. So I think a large part of it is actually that, if I'm being very honest. I probably should have channeled it a bit more. I should have channeled it more. 100%. Is this a less recovery rates? Oh fuck, it is. I was like, when I pressed my life flask and my health just stopped moving, I'm like, brother. All right, I have 12k graph blood. I'm just keeping an eye on my graph blood just to make sure it doesn't fill up. Surely I drop a divine again, right? Make it 3 for 3. It sounded like I had just leveled up, but I didn't. I guess I'm about to get to level 98. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Please don't stun me, please don't stun me, please don't stun me. I know, I shouldn't have clicked this. I'm aware. Cool. Thank you for not stunning me. Oh, jeez. And there's my level up. Speaking of level up, I forgot to check if there was any. I told myself that this campaign I was going to check if I had any MTXs that were level up effects, just to equip it. We checked. I mean, I didn't equip my Shaper MTX until I got to level 97. All right, let's see. Lost shipments. You know what to do. I don't have to tell you twice. You did it once already. Let's do it the second time. Ooh. Herald buffs is not bad, I think, in the current meta. I hope it's not bad. I have to check. What am I meant to do with this point again? I took it's this one and one more point. Am I meant to do something with it? I don't remember what exactly. But I feel like it was important to do it. Maybe get this guy. Probably get one of these sockets. I don't remember. I do not remember what I was supposed to do with the points. I do know there was like a 2-point requirement for something I think I wanted to get or do. I don't remember. Speaking of which, see what I mean about jewel sockets? I'm very bad with them. I need to fill them out. Don't be like me. I don't know, man. I'll put it here.
Life is too precious to waste on you.
After this set of 20 maps, I might go price check a for Fortress Covenant. Either a Fortress Covenant or a Quickening Covenant, but I think a Fortress Covenant should be more damage. Because in my head, these guys have more than enough speed. Brother. So just like that, my Exalt's Divine ratio is now much better. As of this afternoon, I had dropped 4 Divines to 8 Exalts. So you can imagine how that luck felt. But I think now it should be 6 to 8. 6 Divines, 8 Exalts. Which is not nearly as bad. Because for every 2 Exalts, I was dropping a Divine, which is not what you want to see, what you want to hear from like 50-50 odds. How much is this going for? Yeah, it's money. Okay, thank you. The current set of the game, it's money. On the current meta, rather. And now for the last map in the sets.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
So did not. Fine, Exile.
The only problem with, oh god, maybe I'm going to step away from like to here. The only problem with finding out how much I actually made from this strat is the time it takes afterwards to send the shipments. But I am curious to see the raw value in iron that we get, or in ores rather. And then there's a lot shipments here that can easily give me another divine, or even better, a mirror shard. Tell me the person that lost their shipment was sent a big crop shipment.
Countless vessels with one
Ooh. Is there even a reason to run the hive brain when you've already done the fight once? I don't think the fight has any uniques that are popular or expensive. All right, let's go. Lost shipments. Do some for me. This one is a Kalguran shipment, hence the ward gear that I'm not interested in. Brother, where are the other things? There. So disappointed. You don't have a rune graft. Brokey, wherever you are. What kind of shipment did you send? 200k? The fuck? You got nothing. You're gonna send a shipment, send something of value. Let me rejoice as I see it.
Oh, good. More work.
I have 2.2 mil in only in this value alone. Yeah, this is going to be very risky. Very risque. 8.4. So then the question I have to ask myself is, do I want
Plenty more.
oh my god, this is my first fisher. There's no two ways about it.
Better myself.
I think this has to be my first fishing teaser that I've personally got. We are looking for level 5 shippers at this point. But honestly, I'll take level 4s to keep us backup in case any dumb stuff happens in the future with...
The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
Realistically, I should be pressing this one.
Plenty more. Eager to sign up. Great choice. Oh, okay. Yes, that'll work. Couldn't have chosen better myself.
Just going to have the one guy. Shipping.
One more for King's March.
Not happening. Beggars can't be choosers.
Right away.
When I get excess, then we can talk about it again.
Done. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
So these have purely 3s. Cool.
Yes. Who would you like to hire? I'll give them the tour.
The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
I think I'm done hiring 4s though.
I've got plenty more eager to sign up.
The choice is made. The choice is made. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer. Done. The shipping lanes will be somewhat safer.
So now it's almost full 5s. There's like just 2 more that need to be 5s, but like the risk is all the way down. All right. Either way, I'm going to send this 6 mil. I decided I want to have my scare up, so I'm going to send this 6 mil to Nakano. In Nakano, this will give me some pretty good stuff. It can give me exceptional gems and whatnot. Everything else is just there to give me tattoos. Then here, we're going to give the entirety of our bars, our Verisium, so we actually get a healthy amount of scarabs. At least that's the goal. All right. Strats kind of done. Back to map farming. We are going to buy a full set of map farming. Should we buy a set or 2? We'll buy a set because we're still in a spot where we might decide to not do it, or we might decide to.
All in order. I'll let you know.
20.
We'll make it happen.
Bruh. When I said I wanted 20, I didn't stutter. Okay. Do we have hordes? We have some.
I'll put the word out.
All right, next 20 map sets. This one uses domination. So the expectation from the shipment is, I'm hoping we get very, very juicy scarabs, or at least 1 or 2 juicy scarabs. We can get lucky and get a good rune graft, because that was a 2 mil shipment, which is enough for like multiple rune grafts. So we can get lucky and get that. But with a 6 mil shipment for tattoos, we should expect to get a decent tattoo or 2, like an actual like high paying tattoo. The T17 is already coming in. I love map farming, man. It's just very it's just very comfortable. Though 100%, if you want to map farm, I 100% recommend turning off farm maps you're not interested in, because you'd end up picking way too much. Right now I only pick up strands, dunes, city square maps. I think those are the only ones I actually added to my filter. I turned off everything else. I don't see any non-tier 16 map. Those are the kind of changes I make where I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure if share my filter would be a good idea. Because imagine somebody was farming Jungle Valley and I don't have Jungle Valley or something. I think I have Jungle Valley actually, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't really enjoy farming Jungle Valley. I prefer City Square and dunes over that. I do have dunes in there too. But imagine somebody's farming Jungle Valley and doesn't know that and uses my filter, and suddenly they just realize they're not dropping maps to sustain, and they can't figure out why. Like, are they just getting gimped by RNG? You don't know, it's the filter that's just stopping it. So yeah, it is a very personalized filter. How many T17s do I have? I have 14. Oh shit. Don't I have you priced? Oh god, y'all are cheap, aren't you? 58. Like, I just realized, oh wait, I do have you priced. The fuck? That was one big mob. Ooh, my first hive of the day.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
I've been lacking womb gifts, so this is the perfect opportunity to actually get some. Let me check. How much are Fortress Covenants is actually what I want to check. It's down to 20? Oh shit. That's really good. Whoever that polar bear guy is probably getting gimped trying to price fix or something.
Get them off me.
You're good, Aelitz. 2.5D.
I refuse to die.
Can you like not talk so much? I might go for this one. This is 41%. Am I willing to spend 3D?
I'll take you all down with me.
3D or not?
Go. I'll handle it from here.
Do I think it's worth 3Ds? I guess the question. I think the bigger priority here, if I go for a 41%, that is the equivalent of getting like 41% on my wand. But if I had to go for the wand and then go for it, then I have even more increased. But if I had to go for it,
You did it.
wrong click. Thank you very much. You know what? I feel like I should have enough currency once I sell my T17s, because I should have like 15 of them, and they are going for how much? Oh my god, they are fucking dropping in price. Is any of them more expensive now? Typically when one drops, there's another one that's really going up in price. I'm hoping there is, and it's not just a T17s are not as popular type situation, because you can't tell me that divines are getting cheaper or divines are getting more expensive and then T17s are getting cheaper. That is not a combination I want to hear. Fortress is expensive. Holy, it's good for 0.5 of a divine. Ziggy's also going for 45-ish divines. I have to switch to dudes is what this means. Once I'm done with this set of maps, I'm going to switch to dudes. Can you believe I'm not in maps yet? You're not? You started over. What happened? Why did you start over? I am curious as to how much a build orb is. It's 8 divines. Holy. Katarina has multiple, and I mean multiple chase drops now, with the shield being one of them. Syndicates, Syndicate All Flames are also another cooler mark, and then there's also Veiled Exalted Orbs. Shoot, I have half a mind to actually boss with just buy Katarina invitations and boss. I feel like it's actually very profitable. You didn't like your league starter? What did you league start again? That is never a fun feeling. not liking a League Starter. Bone Shatter Jug. What didn't you like about it? The melee playstyle or how it's skilled?
When I'm ready, not
If fortresses are so expensive and Ziggies are so expensive, I have to literally switch to Dunes. I think Dunes is the next map that makes sense for me. What do Strands have again? Sanctuary. So no, not Strand.
Retreat, Highborn!
How much are Quickening Covenants? Let me check while I'm here. Damn, they're cheap. They will also increase the... They also increase the speed of my shield charge, so there is that as well.
Not long now.
At least.
For Reckless!
Ooh. You didn't like the skill itself. It lacks AoE. What are you rolling now? Starter Witch, always end up in Necromancer. I mean, you can't go wrong with... no, you can't, but it's pretty hard to go wrong with Witch because there's so many things you could flex to, right? So I don't blame you at all. But that is so unfortunate. Is it a case of there was going to be AoE if you scaled the budget, but like it wasn't enjoyable to play without AoE, or like there's just that is the same way it's going to be in the end game, but like and you just went down with AoE. Holy Relic of Conviction, not a bad choice, honestly. They've been Holy Relic has seen some pretty good times, and there's been no nerfs. If anything, they're eating good this league with a new cooldown mastery, so it's easier to hit certain breakpoints. And I don't remember if they said it is now possible to hit a new breakpoint on the very high end. I don't remember, but that is a possibility, I guess. Speaking of, I have a lot of grants. 56. Okay. It's a pretty good amount of currency. Oh, we have a hive here. Am I stunned? Or why am I not moving?
When I'm ready, I'm not ready.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
I should get awakened gems. I think there's no reason to also not have awakened gems already. I'm trolling by not having them. Especially the important like awakened lightning pen and the others. So what I need to make a list of things I need to get. There's sockets because my sockets are empty and it's true to not have things in there. Then I need to get awakening gems, and of course there's still the Doriani swap we have to get. And we need to improve our wand. And if I'm being honest, out of all the upgrades I said, wand upgrade is the least of my worries right now. There are many other factors that would increase our damage by way more.
Get them off me.
Woke minion damage, woke lightning damage, lightning pen rather, awakened, control destruction, getting on nerve, and I won't say getting exposure because I do have exposure coming from elemental army, so at least we have some level of exposure. But we don't have on nerve, which is big, and we also are missing a level from our weakened minion damage. Not to mention, I was even prepared. Not to mention the what do you call it? The extra like more damage multis I'd be getting from just making the switch by itself. Ooh, thank you very much. All right. You literally have to go up to the monsters and hit it, and the splash damage is barely existent. Really? And without some upgrades, the build feels bad, and you take damage each hit scaling up. The thing about the taking damage each hit is, I think you're meant to scale that into a lot of recovery. I think with something like Divine Shield, where it's Divine Shield, right? 3% of the physical damage prevented from hits is regen, that's ES per second. So you take this and you just have some ES, and then obviously you're scaling armor. So as you do Bone Shatter, you take physical damage, you prevent a large chunk of it, that you then recover that ES, and it's going to be like giga sustain for that. And I think there's obviously the mastery here, which is recover 5% of ES over 1 second when you take physical damage from an enemy. Okay, that says enemy specifically, never mind. So this is not good. Surely at some point I'm actually going to spend these high brain glands, and they're not just going to stack in my stash, not seeing the light of day. That's surely what's gonna happen, right? How much is awakened minion damage? So we're looking at almost 3D for Fortress Covenants. It's 2D. How much is Awaken Control Destruction? $1.8. I'm tempted to go for this simply for the unnerve. Obviously, I would also gain 5% more damage. Oh no, it's actually 5% more, like a higher, more damage multi, 5% more, or 5% higher than this one. But unnerve is also going to be a very healthy single target damage boost. How much is something like an Unatos bar right now? Please be cheap. Please be cheap. Please be cheap. Ah. 18D. $18.19. Like, it's not break the back expensive, to be fair, and it's not like I'm getting it anytime soon. I just wanted to price check it so I know the things that I consider high budget and what I should be planning for with them. The things that it makes sense to spend currency on right now, Awaken Control Destruction is one. Fortress Covenant is a second one. Ghastly Eye Jewels to fill out the rest of the things is a third one. EDR Watcher's Eye maybe at some point. Until I feel the need to farm T17s, I don't have a farming strat I want to do in T17s, so I don't have a need to do T17s. But before we do that, realistically, This one is 5% more damage and an extra level than whatever I have going on here. You can replace early focus. Instead of 34% more damage with 44% more damage, and then on top of that it would have an extra level. That's actually going to be a very big damage multi, or that'll be a lot more damage. So we're going to get minion damage, control destruction, and fortress covenant, and I think that will wipe us out of our currency, I think. Level 5 uncorrupted. Another 5 uncorrupted. Quality. What are things here I should be aware have quality and I probably don't want to use? I have a 2120 frostbank and I'm not using it. What do you see? You know what we're going to do? We're going to look here at the gem tab and see what is actually worth something. Frostblink is the most worth. Spell Cascade is the second. Yeah, it's about 20C.
At that price?
%50 increase in maximum travel distance versus 40% versus 49%. I feel like I just keep the 2120 and say screw the money. Like realistically, I'm not really doing anything with it. But 1% increase max travel distance isn't going to really change anything for me. I assume the people who are actually who have this price that are like actually using it.
At that price?
Yeah, everything else is fair game. Leave my flask alone. Cool. We got a ton of GCPs, which is part of the reason we've been doing settlers, because it just gives us a bunch of them. So control destruction replaces control destruction, and then minion damage replaces early focus. Then next we get the Fortress Covenants. Then we look for a 40. There's a 41 there. Another 41. Realistically, I'll just buy the 41. How much is the macro? 6 div. Lol. Bruh. I see how it is. Okay. You snooze, you lose. There's a 43 for 3 div. I'll take that one. Oh god. Oh, okay. Could have sworn the person wouldn't reply. Thank you. Fortress goes in there. Then we only have one more jewel socket open, and I think I wanted that to be Watcher's Eye so I can have my Guardian Turtle. So Guardian Turtle is going to be next on the agenda.
Oops, clumsy me. When I'm ready, I'm not.
Get me the fuck out of here, man. Wait, so that still counts as killing? I thought it was specifically killing breach enemies, so killing anyone counts. Invite. All right, how many did this person want? 20, right? Thank you.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
I have a very strong feeling my filter has now muted like Valorbs and whatnot. Great. I might end up turning off some of these quality bows because everything I've checked so far has been ooh. Bell Cascade Sword.
Countless vessels.
Nope, Valorbs are still very much there.
Sold something while you were gone?
Yeah.
Hello.
I think I'm just going to go straight to the center. These side chests are nice and all, but I don't think I care enough.
Let's get it done. Cover me.
I don't think I care enough. Look at how sparsely they are shooting, because their projectors are doing so much damage at clearing waves. Except when they deal with 10 bubble, of course. 10 bubble is your bane. He shoot one volley, kills like half the pack. Then they get to face somewhere else and do the same thing. And the only reason they even shoot as long as they do is because of spell echo. So I guess spell echo is also part of the reason why they're clearing as far back as they are. Yeah, it's not even close. I love it. It isn't even close. Like, you're not getting the chance to like get into position to shoot. I haven't seen anyone except the 10 bubble guy who has gotten. Well, I guess that guy won. What did he have? Big chillin', yep.
I almost have it.
Like even my defilers are chilling. Like, they actually have downtime now. They shoot and then they chill. You're like, oh yeah, we're chilling. No one's here. No damage taken.
I'll have to stay behind. You must escape.
When I'm ready, and not before.
You could have given me divine, my dude. That X you gave me could have been a divine. Just saying. You could have taken me one step closer to having an even spread across divines than exalt, but no, you go the other way. See you later. Thanks for the help with Marionette's sleep calls. Oh, is that you? You are welcome. Have you started sending the character in game? I know you said it's going to cost you 90 div. That's a lot of money. So long. You're going to do it tomorrow? Aye. Hopefully it turns out well. I'm still very skeptical with how you would clear. Like, the desired playstyle, I don't know how it's going to feel. It makes it a bit iffy, because like I know you can't have any support minions on your setup because you don't accidentally affliction them and stuff like that. The belt ground, I mean, yes, but to have the belt ground proc, they actually need to die. So you need to make sure your affliction curse isn't killing them all, so the burning ground can actually spread around. And you have to make sure they are back by the next pack. Like as an example, compared to like my clear. If I had to be aware of like my pack to pack clear, I can only imagine how fast you'll be clearing maps, because like if you have 9, have you tested affliction in game? I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like I remember it being like a circle curse like conductivity and the others. So if you're in a tight layout that's all your minions are in one direction, the moment you cast it, it's going to hit multiple, and many might die if not all. So if there's anybody in any other direction, it's a circle, right? I know it's not like a curse on enemies. You curse your minions and then they die or something. I forget how it works. They die when the curse expires. It's a debuff. Oh yeah. They keep taking more and more damage until they die. But it's applied like a curse, right? It's like you're cursing your own minions. Yeah, I remember the ramping damage now. I recommend a source of life from death, just so all your minions don't die at the same time. So when one dies, the next all the others regen health a bit, and then when that one dies, all the others regen health a bit. It's not going to stutter them too much, but at least it helps them not, you know, all fall over the exact same tick, which at least allows you more leeway in clear situations. That is my suggestion. What up? How'd your game go?
We got like stomped twice in a row, like almost like 70 to 80k souls above us, the enemy team plus every time. So I was trying Ivy.
How did you feel?
I think for the kind of player I think I like playing, Ivy might be one of the next characters I build up. I'm trying to figure out a third character. She feels good because you can go gun or you can go support. But in those games, like a lot of the gun builds, they're like, hey, only go this gun carry lane if you hard won your lane. Right?
Okay.
I'm like, okay. I'm not hard winning my lane.
I'll update you. All right. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Good luck with the marionettes. You have to see how it goes.
I'm
What did you
not
say?
hard winning my lane.
Yeah.
But I also feel like the enemy team is so much better than our team that they're farming everyone else so hard. Like 9 minutes in, we've lost two, things.
Walkers.
And so I feel like they're literally just farming us so hard that I don't know. Like I feel like I'm trolling if I pick that hard gun carry option, because I didn't hard win. I just basically played till 17 minutes when eventually 6 people came and took it.
A full stack of scours, such. I haven't dropped a single ancient in all the farming I've done. It's weird. Anyways, and it's what we're saying. So you couldn't go
Just,
gun, and I mean support. Support is not something you want to do with a team that's losing. Is the problem?
Yeah, no. In the second game, I decided to go just a gun and just take it.
Yeah. How did that go?
And it went okay.
Dude, this infrequently found item notice, I think, just asked for mysterious womb gifts.
I think Mysterious Rubies are just ass, right? It just goes without saying.
I don't know that it just asked, but like, I mean, it gave you a 7 years bad luck. That's anything that can drop that is not inherently ass, but the
Bro,
odds
it
of
gave me
hitting,
it gave me a stack deck. Let's
It
get it
gave-
right.
it gave you a stack deck.
It gave me my first stack deck of the league that I clicked and I got a 7 years. It
I
doesn't
thought-
give raw div cards.
I thought it gave you directly.
Oh, that's not exciting. The exciting part was I said my first stack deck.
I mean,
I
I didn't
screamed
hear
it in
that.
a high pitched voice when it happened.
I didn't hear it. So now the question, I guess, is which womb gift do I want? Ancient or lavish? Because I mean, I can just use my mysterious to give me another womb gift.
Serious is like a little bit more disappointing than I think it could have been. I actually don't know anyone who's clicking it and getting anything cool. But it got like the little mark bait, you know, like the. And we're gonna tell you what you'll find out what this is later, because it's like fuck, man. That was when you say that, you know, you say that's what you said, and we fought Arbiter, and that's one of the coolest bosses I've seen you design. You don't release that and give us mysterious gifts. That's not even close, man. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to
Same
decide if I want
language.
ancient womb gifts or if I want lavish. They've both been they're both giga RNG to get something good, but I don't know. In other news, I dropped two divines while you were
No more
gone.
changes. Oh shit, nice. I'm surprised to see no more changes to the
Tree.
game right now. Like I would love if like we're not. Damn man, we really got an in-map mechanic. And
Well,
that's just still doing.
You want an auto mechanic?
No, I want Breach to feel like cooler and cooler in the end game. I want to feel like there's like a bigger ceiling. Is there even a reason to kill those bosses?
I don't think so for Eshan too. I don't think there's a like I'm stacking the invitations I'm getting. I don't feel like I don't see why I would run it.
That's kind of where I'm at too.
Ancient womb gifts or lavish womb gifts? Lavish have still not given me anything good.
Which ones are lavishes again? Unique.
Currency. Ancients are uniques. I think I'm going for uniques. Like I feel like with uniques at least I've altered the drops enough to
Skew it.
at least skew it to something to like things I would want to see.
There is a Falcon currency that drops for a lot. Do you know what it is? Like it's
No.
worth a lot. There is one. There's like a big one. I just don't know what it is.
Let me see.
I was
I
watching
could check.
someone stream and they were talking about it.
POE.ninja is the best place to check.
Cause if let's see how big that thing is to know if that shit is worth clicking. Or they won't
Currency.
click it.
Powerborn exalted orbs are 70 chaos.
Okay, yeah, the exalt's are big. Well, that's like it's like a greater exalt. It's huge.
Oh, fair,
That's
fair,
just
fair.
huge.
I guess that's reason for me to go for Powerborn currency.
But if it's one though, if it's literally one item, I've dropped one by the way and I've used it. So it's not like a big array.
It beats having 25% chance for additional currency items and having womb gifts give graft implant.
Oh.
Graft implants are all ass.
No, I'm just saying we keep the dead points, but we don't need to have them all in.
What do you mean for the currency one?
Yeah.
I mean the one for the chance for graft implants are bad, but like it's still 25% chance for an additional currency item.
Oh, I mean that's fine. I'm
Like,
talking
it's-
about
it's-
like Fileborn currency.
Oh, You think
I
we
don't know
shouldn't
if the
spec into
exalt is
it?
enough for me to spec into that. If there were like two good currencies, 170, 140, and yeah, I'm down to try and cope. But like, if that thing is literally just taking the slots, and before GG come and say it doesn't take slots. If it's really just taking the slot, I don't know if I want to do it. What do you think?
I mean, I've had it all this time and I haven't dropped it. I've had a note that says 50% increased chance for Farbond currency, and I haven't dropped it.
You've
So
just been burning currency. That shit's been converting your divines.
it's like Farbond currency. I have Farbond orb of augmentations. I have like 18 of them now. Farbond regals. And then the others are just implants.
Are you feeling giga gold pressure? You know, a lot of people talk about that, and obviously I don't have enough time that I can relate, but I'm curious what your perspective is.
For gold, when I was not juicing, yes. Now, because of the simple fact that I've refused to scale my King's March past where I am, I'm not feeling pressure. However, if I were to go to where I was last league, I probably will feel pressure. If I'm not farming T17s, and I don't have a shot that I want to do in T17s, so I'm not doing that.
T17 players are still doing like gold rotas now.
Like the June currency, June thing out of flame.
Yeah. They're like insanely popular now, this league compared to every other league.
I know
I
you.
think it's just a synchronous trade.
Yeah, I mean it's
People burn so much of their shit.
Yeah, I know. I see you send the clip, the screenshot of Gazi talking about it. But realistically, too, Gazi has been crafting a lot, so
Yeah,
like
I
he's
didn't
actually
take
been
Gazi's
crafting
thing
a
that
lot.
deep. Did I link that? I don't know if I
Yeah,
did.
you did. He's been crafting a lot, so like I
I expect
can
that
see
from
it.
someone like Gazi. I'm looking at other people that like
If you're not
they are
crafting,
crafting, but that's because it's time for them to like do their big items, and now they feel like the mapping gold, like of their build, and it feels like
Mm-hmm.
the plus recomp and shit. It feels like the mapping gold is literally not close to the.
I can see through recomp. Recoms are obnoxious, gold
Like
wise.
if your next item is like some interesting double influence shit, and you just need to recomp jail for a while, it's kind of pain.
Recomp eats gold. I can see through recomp 100%, like that, 100%. Yeah, I think I'll go for ancient here. I'll be here way too long. I'm going ancients. We'll drop uniques.
She is pleased.
Superior steel skin. Sure, we can level that up.
She will soon bear fruit. I must attend to my duties.
I have noticed that I still haven't hit a mil gold, which is crazy.
Are you doing 8
The
mods?
Genesis tree accepts your offering.
No.
I'll see on 8% of face damage from hits taken as cold. As an amulet. I mean, it still won't be great, but interesting. We have a new source of face damage taken as cold.
That's all the Legion map's done. Liquidate, prep some maps.
Hits have a 23% chance to treat enemy monster early res values as inverted. Iloava's Bloodstar with necromantic ages. To give minions chance to invert enemies early res. Keep that in mind. Probably wouldn't use it, but you never know. Where is steel skin? It's over here.
How much are the 8 mods for your strat?
How much am I buying the 8 mods?
Yeah.
9 chaos. Though keep in mind I'm moving from City Square to Dunes when I'm done with this set, because sanctuaries versus fortresses. Fortresses, like sanctuaries have gone down, fortresses have gone up. Ziggurats are also good money, so if any of them.
How much is Ziggs?
How much is it? Same as some fortress. How's
What
it going?
are
What
they
up,
now?
Chris? It's going pretty good. Farming doing some map farming. Printing T17s as much as we can. You said how much is what? How much are they going for?
Yeah.
About 45 chaos. But that's not in bulk. So in bulk you can barely get like 52, 55 each. But sanctuaries are going for 35 now. Is it 30? Like as of last night, as of 2 days ago, they were good. Last night they were okay. Like last night they were all around 40. So I was like, there's no reason to switch. So I was really looking for City Square. I finally found somebody after like hours of looking for City Square 8 mods, and then today I'm seeing the price. I'm like, bruh, really? Thank you for the video on the 300% bonus conversion. No problem. It is very, very good information to know, and I see it being the core for many build ideas for Spectres this league. So it's 100% something that should be known. I will be playing around with that conversion thing after this build, maybe, or after the next one. I'm not entirely sure. I have some more phantasms I need to play, so I'm not entirely decided if it's going to be my next one or one after that. Well, soon. TM. You think Primal Crush Claw would be good? I think so. Like, I think you can make a build out of Primal Crush Claw, because like now compared to last league, they are in a stronger spot than they were last league, and like you could play them last league, albeit not. You would have to deal with the downsides of, you know, melee minions and all that, but you could play them last league. So them being stronger than they were last league should be nothing but a positive, you know.
This world isn't yours to conquer.
I don't have enhanced flame.
Keep them back. Almost there.
I suspect something like Syndicate operatives will end up being very good if you're willing to put up with rallying cry gameplay. Because the big problem with Syndicate operatives is a lack of base damage. They also have a less multiplier on their attack, but the thing is they have a bit of shotgun in between their 3 daggers. So by going extra proj, it's not exactly shotgunning, because like if you give them more GMP versus if you give them like greater volley, there's no difference in the sense of like it's still only 3 daggers that are going to hit the enemy. You're not going to get more than 3 daggers hitting the enemy at most. But if you don't go to GMP whatever, you probably only get 1 dagger hitting. So you have a bit of overlap there, which is going to serve as a very big multiplier for the flat physical damage you give them via rallying cry if you use something like Marohi, right? And then like I personally plan on giving it a try. I'm very undecided as to how I want to make it work. I have a few ideas in my head, and I think one of the bigger ones is using a 12 link alongside rallying cry. But if I use a 12 link, then it kind of, you know, defeats the purpose for the rallying cry, now that I think about it. So probably not a 12 link, but I'm also considering, do I actually want to subject myself to Warcry gameplay, in the sense of like, if I'm willing to just say fuck it, let's do Warcries, then I could go chieftain. I could go the full spectrum of war cries and actually just really juice the bonuses I give them and actually have them perform well, you know. But that is not a playstyle that's not a playstyle for everybody, because it would be like casting 3 to 4 war cries every, I don't know how long, let's say 10 seconds, 20 seconds. I don't know that it will last 20 seconds. I feel like war cries don't last that long, but like it would like probably be like 10 seconds, unless you can really skill effect duration, which I don't think you'll be able to. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. I like your idea with the shield because you can just automate it and forget, because you always get max power. Yeah, I definitely think max power is the way. But here's my thought process. My thought process is this: you can go multiple ascendancies with this idea, but the ascendancy you go determines what you're going to use. If you're willing to go deep into Warcry gameplay, then chieftain is the play, because then you can use like Marohi for its big damage boosts, and you can get max Warcry power on like multiple different Warcries. But if you're not going chieftain, then you can still go Marohi. The difference is Marohi actually counts allies as a part of like the power mechanic, so you wouldn't be max power. But if you go for like the 10 minimum power and then you go for like 10 extra power from your minions, you can get to like 20 power, which is like 5 under rallying cry, and then the only war cry you'd be using is like rallying cry. That can also work. Wouldn't be quite as potent as shifting, but it allows you to use something like a witch, so you can actually have the more damage from the ascendancy. You can have leech, all the good stuff, right? That is an option that is available to us. And of course, there's also champion as an ascendancy. Now, why champion, you might ask? Champion actually has a few cool things going for it. Off the top of my head, there is a new chess piece, Rigwald's Hunt, that gives minions chance to deal double damage per fortification you have. If you stack max fortification, you can get them to a pretty decent high chance to deal double damage, which of course is just a straight up multi to the damage they do, which would help propel them to actually doing decent damage. Another option for another way you could go with chieftain or with champion is if you just focus on like banners for your defenses, you could try to use adorned and really scale the tree for like flat physical damage. That's another axis you could do alongside the one war cry you're using, rallying cry. So these are like different ways you could potentially approach it to make syndicate operatives decent, and by extension other phase minions as well, because this is not exclusive to syndicate operatives. Every phase minion, if they get as much physical damage, flat physical damage as a Marohi plus adorned setup will give you, and you convert that and that goes to a big multiplier, that should at least make them competitive. What do you think about perfect runic skeleton with the Warcry idea? Perfect runic skeletons, I think they are very imposing in what they require. Dude, Egan never misses. It's been like 6 Theater of Lies, 4 in a row. Can't complain.
It is ready.
Anyways, I think runic skeletons want something that is kind of oppressive, in the sense of runic skeletons want you to have a Baron helmet. So by that logic, you're already missing a few minions, right? You can't go Dark Monarch or Wraith Lord because runic skeletons. You'd want to give them Baron and as a result strength, or strength as a result Baron, whichever order you want to look at it. But in doing so, if you actually do give them like flat fizz, they do have an extra like big source of, I think it's increased fizz that they can work with.
Go now.
Give it a bit of shield strength by giving shield to minions. If you give them your shield, that would mean you're not using the two-handed mace, which is fine, but it also means you don't have a shield, so you're not blocking. So you'd have to figure out your defenses with that in mind. I mean, granted, you need to figure out your defenses without block regardless. If you're not going a shield. What is this? Suppressive. Okay, we're fine.
When I'm ready and not before.
So I think Runic Skeletons are asking for a lot to be successful. You can try going Runic Skeletons without strength stacking, but then what's the point of, you know, them being Runic Skeletons as opposed to like zombies, or not zombies, as opposed to other melee specters that might have better damage uptime or actual dash abilities, kind of like Orange Vendigos as an example, among others that might have like flicker strike and whatnot. One thing I've really been looking at and hoping I can find is, I would really love to find a Tornado Shot Spectre. That would be really cool. But the Tornado Shot Spectres I have seen are all ass. They all have cooldowns on their tornado shots, and they all have flee mechanics, and they're all pretty slow too. So even in the flee process, like this guy that just literally spawned on my screen, he's the typical model for tornado shot specters or monsters. The guys that turn into blood in blood aqueducts, the archer ones. They also don't leave corpses, so you actually have to go for like a variant of theirs if you want to. You have to go for a variant of theirs if you want to specter it. And that reminds me, I was supposed to ask Dominated something. Let me shoot him a message before I forget. All right. Done.
Greetings.
How many divs did I create the weapon with? The real answer, less than a div. The fake, actually no, not less than a div. To create the wand was more than a div, for all the meta mod and everything. But to get the +2, I hit 2 +2s within the first 12 fossils I used. So yeah, but then I proceeded to go 40 plus without hitting another one, so it averaged out. Now for the actual weapon, if I had to think, I used fossils till I got +2. I annulled the suffix. I used prefixes can be changed, so 2 divines. I scoured, and then I used 2 divines for the multi-mod, and that was it. So 4 divines for the multi-modding, and then I think on average is like 3 divines for the fossils, give or take. So 7 divine should be the average to cost something like that, to make something like this. I'm meant to be rushing the boss, so I need to actually find this boss. Well, isn't this the area that the boss is typically near the entrance or something like that? I feel like it is. Could be wrong, but I feel like it is. I remember fully exploring this. Yeah, I have my suspicions. Let's go closer to the entrance, I guess. Where did we come into the map again? Let's just go there. I see where that was. It's down here. Let's head to that ritual, see if that's it. No, the ritual is not it. With my luck, I better make sure I have 12 div. On the bright side, there's a lot of like fail saves or craft situations you can get to, fail states rather, where you can craft and make some of your money back. Like you can sell it and make some of your money back to try again. Like for me, I made 2 ones. I sold the other for like 5 divines. And I made this one, and I'm going to try again. And if I get what I want, then that one goes on the market again. And if I fail on the craft, then that one goes on the market if I don't break it. But like again, I went 40 without seeing the +2, so you know, you could get next level unlucky like that. Dex and 5 life. GG's. Theater of Lies, let's go. I'm making a decision if I want to craft or not. Sure, let's craft. Why not? He wants 20. Thank you. I see suppress. I say no. Volatile cores. Uniques have a random shrine buff. Surely the shrine buff is tame, right? And not freaking regen or something.
It is ready.
I was really lucky. I got a stack of divines from the tree during campaign. Holy GG.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
I have not gotten a stack of divines yet. I have not gotten a stack of valuable currency. The tree has been snubbing me. I did get a lucky drop, so I will cut the tree some slack.
Horizon, and it never had cause to look away. Without change, time passes like a tear in a stream. It is invisible, meaningless and insignificant to one with no beginning and no end. Then came the silence, and it deafened them, and damned the sleep. And now they can see nothing else, and can hear nothing else.
What is this? Someone with extra proj, that's for sure. Oh my god, I died. That's the first death in days. That was a volatile core, I think. I heard the sounds, you know. It dropped my loot here. It is very forgiving then. That was literally my first death in days. Thank you, volatile cores, for keeping me humble. That was a change in the last patch. It drops stuff now on failure. Oh, I didn't fail it. I actually won. I killed the things in the center. It just have volatile core, so I ate a volatile core to the face.
Observe divinity.
Oh, nice. It's a useless shrine he has.
Believe in me.
Believe in me.
Belief and conviction shall free your mind. Oh God, you deny a God.
Allow me.
Yo, this twister has to go. What the fuck? Leave me alone. Yeah, I just unlocked the Breach Lord Bloodline. Is the otherworldly appendages good for your build, you think? What I'm looking for on this thing that I'm considering but haven't outrightly decided is otherworldly appendages. That is correct. That is correct. That's the one I'm considering. $169.
I should raise my fees.
Chris, what surprised me about it dropping the loot there was because they said there's a max range for the breaches that open and them dropping stuff at your feet. So in my head, that was way past the max range. I thought the max range was much smaller, but apparently not. So that was a pleasant surprise, I guess. The 50% less phase looks tasty. I know, right? The only reason I haven't outrightly decided is because 15% less phase is very, very attractive. But Necromancer just has like an insane node in the form of Plaguebringer. Like it's 10% more damage as well as 10% reduced damage, and that's reduced damage generic. So like it's hitting every single source of damage. Now granted, it's counted by sources of increased damage, you know, unlike will take less damage, which isn't, but it's still 10% to all the elements and 10% more damage, whereas there is no offensive benefits to otherworldly appendages unless you're relying on your graft for damage, which we aren't going to be because we do lightning damage, you know. So like that's the big thing. It's like I know I'll have enough damage, but I would like more damage, and I also think I'm going to be tanky. But when it comes to grafts, the grafts I really want to use are going to be Zoff graft and Ul graft. Ul graft is still less fizz, but Zoff graft is less fire, and I'm not going to be taking fire damage in the high budgets. But it's molten shell, and this molten shell is giga attractive. Edge of the Storm is also +2 lightning. Yeah, the problem with Edge of the Storm is we don't have a lightning gem. This requires a lightning gem, and we don't have A, we don't have the 4 Farborn uniques, but B, we don't have lightning gems. Ray Spectre is not a lightning gem, it's a neutral gem, so it wouldn't benefit from that, sadly. And this says skill gems, right? Yeah, so it wouldn't affect lightning support gems either. So I mean, we wouldn't be using lightning pen either way. So like, I honestly should start taking my time to get all the remaining points in my Atlas. I don't know when we're going to do it, maybe tomorrow or next, but we're going to do it soon. All the non-remember, all the what's it called? Non-remembered fights, we're going to do that, I think. You already have Purifier and Enslaver. Dude, how did this drop from 56 to 36 in a matter of hours? Fine. Fine, I'll do 36. Can't even be bothered.
I should raise my fees.
Are you good? Mana reservation. If the resistances were inverted, like fire and cold were positive and lightning was negative, this would be bangering. But alas, if wishes were fishes, eh? It is not. And so it is vendor trash. By the way, Arcane, I don't know if you're here, but they added affinities for scouting reports. Did you know? What are your thoughts on Demon Harpy with the conversion? I assume Arcane is not here. Demon Harpy. Demon Harpy. Demon Harpy is the one that gives enemies a debuff that to take increased phase damage, is it not? The one with the scream. From Betrayal, from Beyond. Correct. It shouldn't help because it's increased physical damage taken. So unless the final damage you're going to be dealing is physical damage, it's not going to do much for you. So if you're thinking about a physical damage build, yes, that could be a pretty decent support Spectre. Though I think there are also better options when it comes to support Spectres or phase builds. But it is an option. But if you want to convert the physical damage for the big multiplier, then you don't want the Demon Harpy. I was more thinking of the base damage. Oh, you mean as an offensive choice? The problem with Demon Harpy is that it spends a lot of time doing its screech, right? Like when I picture Demon Harpy, it's doing a screech. It's not going to spend. It's going to spend way too much time not doing its basic attack for it to be out DPS in the Crush Claw. I think. Like on a per hit basis, it can be better than a Crush Claw and just be worse DPS because it spends like 2 seconds out of every 4 seconds screaming or something like that. And it definitely takes its time with that scream. It's in no hurry. It's out there for an opera performance, and it's going to perform. You're not taking away its spotlights with that scream. It's what you're afraid of? Yeah, I don't think it would be good DPS uptime. I need to farm Katarina now. Apparently she gives a buff to ES in minions. She gives a buff. She gives an increased defense buff, which is if you're using ES or armor or evasion per Spectre. So if you're like me and you have 12 Spectres, you'd be getting 122. Is it 122? It's 10%, so we'll be getting 120 increased defense. Whereas if you're like Doriani, where you get 10, you're getting 100% increased defense, which is a pretty decent buff. But yeah, if you're Doriani, you don't care about the defenses, you don't care about ES, and you're more so doing it for armor. She already converts 75% to fire. I mean, converting 75% to fire is good. It is kind of awkward though, and the reason I say it's kind of awkward is that means you'd be running Triad's Grip for 25% conversion, which is not great unless you're pairing it with like another minion as well. The Spectres I suggest when it comes to the Spectres I'm thinking about anyways. Give me a second. This extension reminder is annoying me. Let me see what this is. I don't know. It's annoying. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Anyways, what was I saying? I was going to show specters that I think we could play around with. Asides, I mean, we know the obvious crush clause. I talked about that. Syndicate operatives, I think, are not going to just inherently work with the conversion. I think you 100% do need to give them I think you 100% want to give them flat damage, because I mean, this is decent flat damage, but rallying cry would basically can add more than this. And just as an example, I have a POB this was for a very completely different idea that I was playing around with this league. It was for the POB of, it was for the meme helmets. It was kind of just like a rough outline. I haven't gone too deeply into it. It's not fully geared. I have tried to like stack different sources of Warcry buff effect, yada yada yada. But the important thing to note from like this is a chieftain setup, as you might imagine, because this does give Warcry duration, which is nice, and this does give buff effect. 30% is nothing to scoff at. But the important thing here is this is how much flat damage Rallying Cry is given. So the high end of a level 80 Syndicate operative is this 1028. This is giving more than that already. It is a lot of flats. Now this is a hyper focus on Warcry buff effect character. So I'm trying to just Warcries. I'm chieftain, so I'm going like 4 different Warcries. The idea of this one was a very different base idea, because I was trying to stack Fizz as extra because Hallowed Monarch and the way Headhunter buffs work, you get a lot of Fizz as extra, so getting a lot of base Fizz means more extra, which is still valid with it's still valid with this setup. But if you want to convert, you can't do Hallowed you can, but you don't want to, because then you need your gloves to be free. Unless you're going the amulet, then your gloves can do this. But you know, this is again an entirely different build idea. But the point is, this is a lot of flats. We haven't talked about like maybe having an adorned or whatever, and I think just off of this much flats, Syndicate operatives can start competing. But without that flat, because remember, the flat adds on top of this, so you now have a baseline of like 2k to 3 almost 4k base damage, and then you're hitting across 3 different daggers. So this 10% less damage it's still there, but it's still 3 different hits, you know. So there's that. And if not for anything, all that base damage can actually no, we're trying elemental, right? If you're going chieftain, you also have the added advantage of being able to use something like Battle Mage's Cry? Yeah, Battle Mage's Cry, which is giga crits. So for the same 5% crit chance, you're now looking at 80% crit chance, because Battle Mage's Cry is giga crits. It's literally 6% base crits, 6.47% base crits, which is a lot. So you can then use crits as a multiplier on top of the multiplier you're getting from the conversion, as well as any as extra you might want to fit, like hatred or whatever. But this much flat damage, I suspect that adorned will not be quite as good, because like a ghastly eye Joel, if we were to check, Joel in the form of Abyss Ghastlies, they can get as much as 25 to 36 additional fizz on a perfect adorned. This doubles it, so that's 50 to 72 or something. 50 to 72, give or take. 50 to 72. If you were to add 500 to our new 2k value, that would be substantial. But that's 10 ghastly ideals. We're not getting 10, we're getting like 5, which is like 250. Maybe 250 extra flat fizz. If we go for Darkness Enthroned, then we're looking at maybe we're then looking at like maybe 300, 350. But when we have this much flat damage, it's not that impactful, and it's very, very significant. Like, it takes a lot of space. So instead of going for something that's as space conscious as Adorned on top of that, I think the play from then on is trying to stack as much increased damage and maybe even renewals for the double damage chance as we can, as well as, of course, crit, because we're shooing for crits. This is already how much flat crits. So all of a sudden, if you run crit auras like Precision, you know, Precision could be really big for this setup because of crits. You're looking at, well, we're attack based, so Zealotry wouldn't work. But does Zealotry specify spell crits? No. Yes, it does. Okay, it does. It's Precision that doesn't specify crits, so you can go either or. Precision, maybe some aura effects. Other than Precision, increase crits on your as a support is also really, really good. If I were to just link this to increase fizz, increase crit rather, suddenly this is up to 42% already, and it can scale up very, very quickly. Crit damage goes in there, big multiplier again. I think it's, you know, on paper it should be able to. Anyways, moving on. Aside Syndicate operatives, who else would I say is probably a decent bet? I'm inclined to believe Harry's watches are also going to be pretty decent, because in recent times, let's say the past 2-3 seasons, I know people who have actually taken Harry's watch to the end game and made it, and with successfully, though they use 12 links and whatnot. So with a buff as strong as this, the current buff, I can't imagine that Harry's watch would not eat good with the change. You know, they already have 75% convert. You can literally just throw on the amulet and fully convert. I don't think I would throw on the amulet personally. I think I would probably go for a better amulet at Unetals most likely, or if not Unetals, I love Unetals, but if not Unetals, then replica Dragon Fangs, etc. How would we deal with the remaining 25% convert? I don't want to run 4 green for the 25% convert, so it'll probably end up just being seed bread, so I'd have to think about it. That'll probably be the play, just to not think about it. Seed bread also does give flat fizz, flat code, so at least, actually no, flat code is ass. We want flat fizz. I don't know, it's worth thinking about. You could honestly run a trials grip and not care about the links, because this Spectre has a base 75, so whatever links you have will be sharing the 25%. So if you get like 2 green, 2 red, you end up with like 12.5 fire and like 87.5 cold damage being done by a Harry's watch, because this 75% is not going anywhere. Any other chance to convert is going to be smooshed with the remaining 25%. So 50-50 is just splitting the remaining 25%. If you go one of every color for whatever reason, it's all going to be smooshed. Who else would be decent? There is one Spectre This one is not going to be. This one is a popular one. I forget its name though. It uses a spell. It uses ball lightning, but this ball lightning has base fizz. I don't remember the name though. It's from Act 5. It's from Act 5. I think it's Templar Tactician. But give me a quick second. I think this is it. Okay, where was I am back. We're talking about the spell spectre, right? Chris, you have to go to work. All right, thanks for hanging. Appreciate it. Good luck at work. This guy has base fizz. However, it's has ball lightning rather, but it's base fizz, which means he will benefit from the full, you know, whatever multiplier with his ball lightning. Now I am curious to see how much AoE we can give his ball lightning, but I guess we don't need to give him that much AoE. But because of the nature of ball lightning, because of the nature of ball lightning, play on him, I don't know how it would be. And I suspect he has, I think he has 50% conversion, but I could be wrong. Templar Tactician. I didn't say High Templar, my guy. Templar Tactician. Where did Avaros come from? Anyways, 60% converted to lightning. Actually, it's a storm called ball lightning's 80%. So you'd use the close to convert 20%, which is kind of whatever. But you don't have a choice seeing as it's lightning. Actually, no, you can use fist to lightning support. You do have a choice. You don't have to touch your gloves with this one. This one is very good on that front. Level 80. Now you can't use rallying cry or anything to affect this one, because rallying cry only affects attacks. This is a spell, so rallying cry wouldn't work, but adorned would work a lot with this. So this is definitely an adorned setup waiting to happen. And because of the nature of ball lightning, this is a spell that can hit was how many times a second, up to 13 times a second if it's slow enough, something like that. So it has potential for like really nutty damage if you can get it. And unlike regular ball lightning, which I'll pull up here, this ball lightning is actually very interesting, because regular ball lightning, where is it? Regular ball lightning has 60% effectiveness of added damage. So for every 100 flat lightning damage you add, the skill actually only gets like 60 damage. This one does not have that. Also comes with reduced prod speed already. So the only thing you'd have to worry about on a setup like this is clear speed, because if you're going for maximum ball lightning damage, then it is not clearing quick. It is very, they're looking like very slow projectiles and all that. So you would definitely have to figure out that bit. But this one is another minion that has a lot of potential with the conversion changes. Is there any others that come to mind off the top of my head? These ones, but these ones are melee, and you'd have to scale a lot of. Can I even spell them? Okay, I did an hour when they should be. Shouldn't have been. All right, these ones are from King's March, or a Calcom, I think. They have like very, very big chunky combo phase hits that when converted I feel would be kind of spicy when subjected to the enemy. Like this is just the base damage you have to deal with, but because they exist, it's a stupid amount of base damage. If I were to pull up Dominated's channel, like I've already searched for this in the past before, but Ravenous Macerator. He has a video on it. What the fuck, YouTube search?
Good night, buddy.
Night. So because I misspelled Dominator, he brought out his channel, but didn't bring out the right Spectre. That's so dumb. But hey, YouTube search is gonna YouTube search. But yeah, these guys are from Orichalcum. They have their brother. They have their very wide swing hits. Now they are still going to be drawn back by the same things that plague melee specters, which is clear speed, and not to mention multi-strike on them. I mean, they have a lot of AoE ability, so they don't need melee splash, but they're going to be stuck on the same area because you're going to use multi-strike on them. So like they use an attack, they clear the area, they're still going to repeat that attack, and they have to run up to the enemies as well. So you're going to have to run up to the enemies. What is going on? Give me a second.
Foul ball.
Jeez. All right, where were we? So yeah, these will have issues that plagueists like melee specters typically do. The whole running up to enemies and all that. And that brings me to the next one that actually could I can see bypassing the run up animation and all that. The forged Vendigos. This is another option. Base phase, they have innate convert to lightning. They have flicker strike, and they are relatively quick, and they hit relatively quick as well. So these are also potential options. I don't know how likely it is that you give them insane clear because you're going to need melee splash on them. Like you can make them do a lot of damage, I assume, single target, and because they convert to lightning, there's always the argument to, you know, run Doriani with it and all that. So another option, I guess, if you want to play around. They're as good as any. But yeah, these are I think I have they're the ones that off the top of my head have the most potential. Then there are some other ones that, I mean, not quite as much potential, but could be nice to try, and some of them could actually be insane. One of which I don't think Dominated made actually Dominated did make a video on it, and he sent me the link. And let me go find it. This one. The AI is so bad. This is before we actually see the AI of this one. For context, this Spectre is from Act 9. Act 9. It's a basilisk. It spawns with a basilisk. In the basilisk zone, essentially. That's where this mob spawns. This mob is supposed to be a tornado shot Spectre. Complete ass, don't use it. But look at this tomfoolery. This is the Spectre, by the way. Can we actually just stay on one quality and stop switching? Look at the absolute tomfoolery we have going on over here. So basically the Spectre, the mob spawns petrified in the zone that it spawns in. So the Spectre, I think it also does the same thing, i.e. it is petrified until whatever trigger the basilisk would have, and of course you're not a basilisk, so you can't actually do that, so it just does nothing. But yeah, I found this very, very hilarious. If we could find a tornado shot Spectre that actually wasn't trash, it would actually go insane. But I mean, so far they're all ass. You know, it's not happening. Can I think of any other phase-based damage minions that are good? There's some cool looking ranged ones, I guess. There's some pretty cool looking ranged ones, but nothing that I would say has insane potential. Daughters of Valakul, I guess, and Redemption Sentries, you could also mess around with them, but like, you have no reason to mess around Redemption Sentries that you did instead of Hyries Watch. Like, there's, in terms of how they actually feel, there's no reason to not just use Hyries Watch. Literally no reason. And Daughter of Valakul, as well as the ones that, as well as these, where are they called again? Something Eater, Heartless Assassin. Did I not? Am I not seeing it? I guess I didn't see it. Heartless Assassin is one of them. Is it Mantraka? Miserly Poacher, that's what I was trying to remember. These guys, I think, have base fizz and they convert to fire. Their redeeming feature does nothing, in the sense of they're kind of like Hyries Watch, but I guess slightly worse since they do fire, and they probably don't have as much base damage. But then they have explosive arrow. But the problem with the explosive arrow is that, oh my god, what is wrong? Why do you keep going back to auto? Anyways, the problem with the explosive arrow is it has a long ass cooldown. So if you're gonna work, if you're going, you can't actually actively use it because there's a big ass cooldown there. So if you're speccing into explosive arrow, as you might imagine, you're not going for pierce because pierce is anti-synergistic with explosive arrow. So you'd have to go non-pierce. Well, they're realistically only using it like once every 12 seconds. How long was it? 10 seconds? Oh, it didn't say. Probably said for the... Who are the other ones that actually had it? I forget who the first people, like Artless Assassins, I think. 10-second cooldown. No, 12 second. Yeah, 12 second. They are basically similar skill sets. Artless Assassins and Miserly Poachers. But again, it's still base phase, so they could work. How does explosive arrow work with something like fork? And then another contender, albeit less so, is the perfect Hydra. We'll talk about the perfect Hydra in a second. Let's check what EA does with fork. Do I have a wiki page open? I do not. I actually have zero idea what explosive arrow does with fork, and I would like to know. Attacking fire to regular climb enemies and dealing damage with no special mechanics. So disappearing arrows remain stuck. Expires this. Cannot stick in enemies if they cannot continue. If they continue due to... Okay, so basically it's the same. They can't stick because they continue. Yeah, so basically you either go for its melee, its main attack, the main arrow it shoots, or you play around for the explosive arrow barrage I just did there. All in all, kind of Now we have the perfect Hydra. The problem with these ones is they don't scale with attack speed. They have no basic attacks. They are very cool looking, and they have base code, or they have a base code, or the old hatred aura, which is now, you know, doesn't exist. So it's actually very strong for cold based builds, and you probably want to have at least one as a support. However, he has no basic attack, so that is the biggest negative that this fucker has, is a lack of basic attack. So his DPS ends up being like, his skills do good damage, but you're literally just hoping he cycles his skills going through all those different attacks without actually needing an auto attack, which if you have any form of attack speed, he will use the abilities and then not have the cooldown to use. So like, he's going to do that, he's going to do that, he's going to do this, and now he's going to repeat. Now this is one that doesn't have a... Notice how he just ran around. That was not because he has a flee mechanic. He doesn't have one. It is simply because he had nothing he could do, so he would run around. That was it. Simply because he had nothing he could do. Now, like I said, or like I promised, he is a very cool looking Spectre. Is my YouTube not making sound, or is Dominator's video muted?
But you didn't see this one. This is where I actually use my...
Okay. Okay. Just confirming. Okay, there is sound. It's just low. But yeah, his big bow attack, that is why you would use the Hydra. He can have insane clear potential, with just that one ability, because that one ability forks a lot, and if you give it like multiple projectiles, I don't know, I think he has given it GMP. If you give it multiple projectiles like that, it can really do some like big clears like that. So if you can give him the damage to where he's one-shotting with that fork arrow, then sure. Then single target, he focuses on his other 3-second CD abilities, because his fork arrow has an 8-second cooldown. Even with the new cooldown mastery, you're still looking at a 6-second cooldown or something like that. And his regular abilities have a 3-second cooldown. With the cooldown mastery, I remember calculating it to be in like a 2.5-second cooldown, something like that. But he does have base fizz, and he has a lot of coverage. So just by cool factor, there's a universe where I try to play around with him, but know this, he doesn't have the best DPS uptime. He might have good damage, but uptime is a problem with him. And when it comes to like adding flat damage with stuff like Marohi, you ideally want a Spectre that has good DPS uptime, so it can keep applying more hits. More hits means it's using the flat damage, you're giving it more, which means you know, bigger benefits, it's doing more. Whereas with a Spectre like this, it's whenever it uses the abilities that it actually gets to use the flat damage, but the abilities will hit harder, and it's one fork arrow. You know, if you have an army of like 6 of them or 8 of them, you shouldn't have to deal with clear. Like clear should be insane. Let me see. I have one video where I have one build I used them back in Affliction League. Let me find it. So I guess not every build, but so this is kind of what their clear looked like. You would have all those projectiles going around whenever it was off cooldown. Now the big problem you would find when you're running multiple of them is simply that they tend to use their abilities at the same time, right? They tend to use their abilities at the same time, so it's not like you have their cooldowns completely stuttered, unless like they one shot. But even if they one shot, typically the others even if 2 of them are enough to one shot, the other like 6 might have already queued their attack, so they are all going to shoot. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It's just a case of now you have 8 seconds where none of them have that attack to use. Do I have more gameplay footage? Oh, I do actually. No, these are needle horrors. This was my needle horror build. Yeah, this is Hydras, I think. Pretty sure Hydras are in there. Yeah, I can see 3 of them. Affliction were rough times though, because like I'm looking at this and I only have 3 DPS. I mean, granted, this wasn't a pure Spectre build because you would struggle to have a pure Spectre build. I used double midnight bargains so that I could get 6 Spectres. I do not miss those days. I actually enjoy having Dark Monarch and Riddler because we didn't have any of those helmets here. I wonder what you actually feel like without, because like zombies are obviously in this build. You have other specters and such, because like there are other things that actually contribute to the DPS uptime. So it probably isn't as noticeable when they aren't actively like clearing. So I wonder. Let me see if I use GMP with them, because I don't fully remember. It's been so long, literally so long actually. How long ago was this video? 2023, so it's been 2 years already. I use LMP for the lower downside. Okay. So the fork you're seeing here is LMP'd fork. And if you really want them to look disgusting, I think you use volley. Let me see if I can find a Hydra build. Perfect Hydra. Let me see if I can see anybody that used volley. So like, notice how these mobs are actually staying alive. Like, see all this? It's a lack of auto attacks that is leaving them alive, because the fork arrow comes in, it hits a fair number of them, kills a good chunk of the pack, but then the stragglers have to get hit, right? But then they struggle to hit the stragglers because they're all using like other abilities. So that is the big problem with Hydras, I think. They have their downside, let's say. They have some pretty steep downsides with clear and with single target, but like single target is less of an issue because they're all focusing their other abilities on the one person. So in a way you still see DPS uptime, but like when they have to deal with stragglers, that can be problematic. So there is a universe where you pair something like Hydras with a few Hyries Watch to supplement, and that could be pretty decent, because then you'll be relying on like Hydras to do their thing, but then you have like 3 Hyries Watch for the consistent DPS. That might honestly be something closer to what I would end up doing. I think Hydras have some base convert, but not all base convert either. I mean, this is one way I could have seen the Templar Tactician. Anyways, perfect Hydra. I need to pee soon. Old hatred. We took you for granted when we had you. The good old days when hatred gave flat phase as extra and then more cold damage. Anyways, it's 50% phase converted to cold that they have. I think Harry's watch is 75, so you're more incentivized to use the gloves with them. This is their big clear ability. This is the circle one that hits the ground. It has less AD. Same with the barrage. They actually all have less AD now that I look at it. But this has less AD but deals more damage. So this also deals more damage. So it ends up dealing pretty decent damage. And if you look at the level 80, which is the level we're looking to get, they already have some pretty decent base damage. Actually very decent base damage. Maybe yeah, no, I don't see this countering the cooldown time, but we'll see. Anyways, I will be right back. I need to pee. right, I'm back. Where were we? Hydra and his kits. 50% more damage and 100% more damage could honestly be very interesting when paired with the new multiplier, right? Because he converts everything and then has a 100% more damage multi on top of it? Question mark? Ah. He does have shitty effectiveness of added damage though, or I think that's what this is. This is his base damage and this is attack damage percent. So flat damage is not the most efficient on him. So Marohi would not be the best because you only get percent of it. So there's that. But if he has 100% more damage, then I think it's still very decent. You'll still be a very decent recipient of it. Is there anyone else that I think would be... Let's see the single targets. Like, I think it can have pretty decent single target if you build it right, is the thing. Because again, you just need it to focus on the actual like boss with the abilities that matter. So like the doom arrow, the fork arrow is not that crazy against the single target. Is not what you're looking to use. You're more looking to use that barrage and the explosive, the circle one. So long as you're actually able to cycle that properly, could be decent. And again, CDR is a mastery now, so like it does help, but I don't think there's enough CDR to make it good, or to make it not awkward to have downtime on DPS. Like, look at how much time look at how much time there is when nothing is happening between all the specters, just because of the nature of cooldown abilities. You give them a bit of attack speed and you know that happens. Anyways, before this map ends up closing because I forgot to go in, I just remembered I was leaving something undone. That map needs to be run so I don't waste the skill wraps. Wait, those are like the specters that come off the top of my head for the phase conversion changes. Which ones do I see myself potentially playing with? Like I said earlier, I might end up playing with like a high-risk watch Hydra mix. That could be pretty decent. I have seen someone try to make high-risk watch kind of function like Hydras. I could potentially try to find it. It's way back when on Discord, like years ago. I think they used GMP and they used fork on high-risk watch and stuff like that. But that was also on a 12 link, but the high-risk watch ended up looking very, very decent. Ooh, T16, T17 rather. My luck in this... Oh! I haven't even finished talking. My luck has been insane this past 20 maps for when it comes to T17s. Actually, never just past 20 maps, past 40, because I was also dropping a fair amount of T17s. I was dropping a fair amount of T17s in my settler strat, which I feel like I shouldn't have been dropping that much. Simply because it's a settler strat, right? I wasn't juicing any. I wasn't using that much map effect, and I definitely was not using any map scarabs.
We can win this! Oh, I'm going to lose focus!
Then lose focus, my G. Not that deep.
For victory!
How many maps do I have left? 7. How many T17s do I have? 26. I mean, these are still going for like 30, 34. They're going up in price. So they're going for like 34, 35 a piece. So if I sell them for realistically 40, 45, let's be conservative and say 40. 10 would be 400. 20 would be 800. So we're looking at about over 1,000 chaos, which is like 9 div. So that's an extra 9 div in T17s on what I currently have. And wait, did I? Oh yeah, my settlers is being attacked, right? It's being attacked, and
Approach, challenger.
yeah, it's oh god. But yeah, I'm quite looking forward to playing around with less popular specters and potentially making them work without a 12 link budget. Because like I think Harry's watch, you definitely want to have a 12 link to pump their damage up before this patch. Now maybe you can pump it up even with, there's a possibility you can do it even without Warcry, by the way. Warcry is mostly just a syndicate operative thing where it's like it's probably needed to make syndicate operatives do enough base damage. But aside syndicate operatives, like Harry's watch probably can be made to work just straight up with the multiplier because they could work before on a high enough budget. What up? How you doing? Going pretty good. Just finished looking at a few specters that might have some pretty good synergy with the new phase conversion buff and like how you would potentially scale them. I have to I'm thinking I have to go do what's his face, King's March. I also died for the first time in like 3 days today to a volatile core in a T16.5 volatile core map. I was like, yo, surely I can tank the volatile cores because they haven't killed me all season. Nope. They are still obnoxious when it comes to damage.
When I'm ready and not before.
So I respect yesterday to lightning conversing kit operatives because I dropped a triad's grip. Went back to necromancer. How's that feeling? How is this? How are syndicate operatives currently feeling with lightning converts?
That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
I was struggling on early red maps, and now after respec I can clear T16s, and I only have 3 SO gem level 21.
You should really check out what came in from Ribbenfeld.
Gem level 21, 3 syndicate operatives isn't that great, but it's enough. Okay. I mean, it's progress, right? I swear if this disconnects me, I'm going to be pissed.
Those filthy opportunists will be next. Sank. Be washed away.
I love that it's like they never fixed this. You can always just stay here and you're safe from this wave, this entire wave phase. For anybody that's doing this fight and wants an easy way to do it, this is how you do it. Whenever he's phasing and he's about to start the wave phase, just go there.
Be washed away.
Waves barely ever come here. They occasionally do, but it's a very rare situation. You're not going to easily find the wave that comes here.
A captain always goes down with this shit.
Nothing. Really, bro? Anyways. Right now we have close this, sync this. Now let's get our...
Got some goods in from Ribbenfeld.
Just a little tighter. Oops.
So... Wait. You're telling me because it was attacked, the timer paused? That's fucked. The fuck? Whatever. I'm not sure on my 6-link setup though. Currently running Vicious Proj, Minion Damage, Greater Volley, Wed, Summon Phantasm. That is for your Race Spectre, yeah? You're not using Pierce? Why no Pierce? For lightning converts syndicate operatives. I'm pretty sure they don't have inherent pierce. Like, I'm pretty sure that they do not have inherent pierce. So you still would want pierce for clear. If PODB ever loads. Yeah, they don't have inherent pierce. You definitely want pierce. Use pierce. As for what I would replace 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why summon Phantasm? Because are you using them to sustain your minions? Excuse me, what? What the fuck happened?
You should check out what came in from Ribbenfeld.
Bro, this game though. All right, let's see. What do we have? Rune graphs of the combatants. No. Bound. I don't think people are still using bounds, are they? Warcry speed, non-curse enemy, quaffing and threat recoup. So none of the rune graphs were good. What about the scarabs? I guess we'll find out. Off the top of my head, I don't see any catalyzings or the like. There's Nemesis, but like Nemesis isn't that insane either. I don't see any scarabs that are insane.
Oh, hello there.
I just figure finding my backline and life mastery. If you want to use phantasms, then I guess I would replace. I think it just has to be Vicious Proj, because Vicious Proj has less attack speed if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, it has less attack speed. So probably just this one. The big more multiplier though. But yeah. Warhordes was the most expensive single thing I got. So yeah, I didn't get anything that was insane. But I did get a fair amount of currency. Like, this is still 1D in scarabs, almost 2D in scarabs, so I can't complain too much. The question now is, how much am I going to get from the bulk of my shipment, which is the second shipment that went to Nakano, which was stalled for whatever reason, because they gave me boss fights. They didn't give me anything, but it's not delaying my shipments because logic. Would I swap out PS for elemental penetration for on bosses? That is an option that is available to you. PS for elemental pen. If you can, it's not a bad idea. Woohoo! Dude, I love Sentinel. This is the second time giving Sentinel to the boss has just dropped a raw divine for me. And that is my third raw divine of the day. Like I said, whatever strat I do, divines follow. Thankfully. Did this thing just expire because it couldn't give enough enemies the buff because they were just dying?
You there, local, hungry.
Increase fire, phase, reduce ES. You're welcome. How does it feel now? Once you slot in Pierce, there should be a very notable difference to clear. Not necessarily single target, but clear should at least feel better.
Retreat, Highborn!
These shields in City Square really do their best to limit the Wretched Defilers and how good they could be. Like, I can imagine how fast I'd be clearing on dunes with them. So I'm actually looking forward to switching to dunes simply because of that. Oh, that beautiful, beautiful divine. Yep, I will drop Phantasms and Mastery for Pierce and swap Pierce for early pen on bosses. Sounds good. What other DPS minions do you have? You're not on any limiting helmets like Raid Lord or Dark Monarch, so you can actually have like skeletons and whatnot. So instead of having phantasms, you can choose to replace them with like skeletons instead. So you can still potentially use the mastery, just you have to manually cast skeletons instead, but as a result you have higher single target damage.
Approach, challenger.
Yeah, this map is nuts for me. I took the time to explore and it didn't give me shit. What do I think I want my next upgrade to be? Obviously not a one, because my gloves are honestly so weak that I might consider gloves. Wait, I just realized I have a low roll minion damage there. I should fix that. And this is also a very bad darkness enthroned. I should fix that as well. Like, there's no reason why I don't have a 90%. It's a divine. I can afford it. Sure, but my gem slots are full, running 2 golems and zombies at the moment. Zombies for proccing early army. Okay. Who procs Feeding Frenzy? The carrion for some extra flat and stone or Steve Guard. Are you still going for like a golem build and you're just scaling to that point, or have you completely opted in for like specters?
I'll take you all down with me. It's done. Get out of here.
I'm not going to shield charge my way out of here just so I can kill a bit more enemies and get a bit more gold. Carrion procs FF. Okay. Makes sense.
You did it.
Imagine if this map still gives me another T17 in the tiny bit that's left. Surely it gives me, right? Not quite a T17, but I mean, not quite. You can do another. Now, auto monsters. All in on specters is the plan. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Brother, didn't I click it? Oh, oh, there's an ice wall and flea rare. That's what was pushing me. Because I'm like, I know there's no knockback shrine here. So the fuck? Turns out there was an implicit knockback enemy.
This world is not yours.
I'm still undecided if I should be doing these encounters. Still very undecided.
Nearly done. Victory!
I think I'm going to remove one sea scare out from my filter. At this point, I'm trying to complete my maps a bit faster. I don't need to pick up everything here. All these stacks of augs, I don't need to do that. I don't want to do that. So I think it might be time to go into uber strict. Is there a CI version? No, there is not. Can't really go CI Wretched Defilers unless you want to pay multiple mirrors. Oh god, I didn't plan on being in here. Let me out of the ritual. I don't care about it.
When I'm ready and not before.
Let me see. Why did I come to Discord again? Oh yeah, TFT. I wanted to see. Let me see. People are selling scare up tabs for 75%, 76. Well, first things first, keepers. Then refresh this. Let's refresh this. I have a very strong feeling I have to log out and log back in. Brag Scarabs, right? If I listened to them, I said I was gonna do 80%. Because I think there is somebody doing 80. I would have 14 divines in Scarabs. Aegis Aurora plus armor plus Doriani's prototype. You don't go CI with Doriani's prototype unless you're ready to go multi-mirror. You're going to go Divine Flesh. Divine Flesh is going to make all damage bypass ES. If you click CI, you will have 1 life and you will die to anything that does damage to you. I wish I could sort by what do you call it, by the small price, and I could sell this on Faustus. Honestly, is probably what I should end up doing. Just take my time to go through my my stash tab, selling everything. But yeah, this would be an easy 14 divines to sell in bulk is what this effectively means. All these scarabs I have amassed over time, and while we're at it, like I said, I think it is time. We're going to refresh this. We're going to load you. We're going to go uber strict. We're going to go into customize. We're going to look at scarabs. Stack T4s, sure. All these scarabs have now been turned off. Do I care for D tiers? I guess so. These are like 1C, it looks like. 3C, 2C. So I guess these are 1C scarabs and these are the ones that are sub 1C. No, these still say 1C. How on earth is it? Because like I'm thinking of turning this one off. I guess let's test. What is Essence of Stability's price? Almost the chaos, I guess. But it's not quite a chaos. But I guess all the egregious ones have probably been removed. Sulfide Scarab. $1.5. So they are slightly less than a chaos. Do I still want to pick them? I am getting to the point where I want more and more efficient mapping because I'm literally slowing myself down by taking the time to pick this. So I think I'm going to hide them. Actually, no. Hordes is here. Wait. Isn't Hordes like... I buy Hordes. Shit is like 2C. Bruh. So it's not perfect is what that means. So I guess it's for anywhere from like half a scarab or no, it's not half a chaos. It's a bit more than half a chaos. Like 0.75 a chaos to 2 chaos in price. Anywhere from there for this scarab tab. I don't know. Do I say screw it and just turn it off? I almost feel like I should. I think so. I think it is slowing me down to the point where I should turn it off. Anything that shows up that is above that tier, sure. Anything in this tier, sure. These are like 2C uniques, 3C, etc. What about currency? What a Astragali doing here? Holy. Get the fuck out, my guy. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this for now, but that tier of currency is on the chopping block. It is definitely on the chopping block.
When I'm ready, and not before.
That is something else I want to turn off. Small stacks, D tier, large stacks. Okay, so what I just picked up right now has already been turned off. Okay, cool. It has been turned off. All right. Wait, I have Gloom Shrine. What on earth did I accidentally kill? Where's the last guy? This is my first ancient womb gift in like forever. I'll take it though. By the way, is it Amazon Prime? Does it, I hope that answered your question about CI. $1.1 mil gold. Can I do something with it? I think I'm finally at this stage where I would like to start I guess fishing for, do I still want to fish for divines, or do I want to keep fishing, do I want to start fishing for mirror shards? What was I shipping last time? Let me see. I forget what the things I was shipping is, but I probably sent it to myself. So where's my... Nah, those are metal shipments. That's not what I'm looking for. Anything? Okay, I do. Okay, so that's what it was again. Yeah, okay. I was sending blue xanthemum and wheat. So let's switch this to wheat. Seeing as I have 2 days left, let's just do this.
Done. Sonya will make good use of them. The choice is made. Sonya will make good use of them. Sonya will make good use of them. The choice is made. The choice is made. Done.
All right, I think this is fine. Not everybody's a 5, but everybody has a shiny color.
Sonya will make good use of them.
That's fine. Everybody's at least a T4. Now let's just start getting rid of people.
I'll add it to our balance.
I have 3 days left. Should be good on that front for a while. Anyways, it's wheat and blue xanthemum. But that being said, I have to consider if I want to. I've got to check. I want to check what the total value of my wheat and of my xanthemum and pumpkin, so I know if I'm sending that to Cowgirl or not.
Who's that?
It's 4.6 mil.
What was I doing again?
Yeah, I think I can send that whenever my main ship comes back. 27 minutes. All right, in that case, we leave the pumpkin here for a bit longer. We'll let them do their thing. And then we slowly try to get more value. And then once this trade is done, I'm going to start hunting for mirror shards, which means I'm going to switch to mirror shard mode. So wheat and blue xanth, at least for me. I don't know. People recommend other crops. That's why I was doing last league, and it was working. Oh, this is a June map.
When I'm ready and not
What is this lag?
life is short still.
I'm surprised Betrayal hasn't started.
The mother. I'll help you, Bash. Nakora, I am sorry.
Let me just make sure Womb Gifts did not eat the axe or something. Okay, so they're all still active. Cool. Just had to be sure. Because that was a whole bunch of nothing for the league mechanic. This is the second time in a row GDG is giving a league mechanic that's for like most intents and purposes just doesn't scale in reward. Mercs did not scale in reward. Like, they were really insane reward early in campaign, and then they just completely fell off, and you just to the point where you just stopped doing them. Breach is very much like that, where it was insane in the campaign and you still want to do it for the crafting, but like, where is the dopamine in doing an entire breach and then nothing shows up on your filter? Every once in a while I get a sanctuary though, so that's always nice, but yeah, it's just not rewarding enough in my opinion. Oh no. Please be a fort and not. Oh god, it is. Is a defense one. Yo, if I click this thing and it doesn't, it gives me 0 loots, which I fully expect it to not show, to not pop up anything through my filter, but we'll see. Benefit of the data and all that.
I need more mana.
Jesus. Ooh. All right. We'll see. We'll see if anything makes it through my filter. To be fair, we'll also see if gold makes it through my filter, because I feel like the last breach I did should have at least had gold.
Aid me! I've almost got it!
Do you have a bombard, my guy?
When I'm ready.
Annihilation!
Maybe we bombard can be used to kill those that are far away. Bruh. Very encouraging though. I saw a map. What the hell is that, man? (25/10). Where is that second map tab? Because I got 2. Let's go spend Graph Blood on all the gifts we just dropped.
Remember, enter.
Just enough.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
All right, give me my insulin orbs. I mean, that's a lot of currency, to be fair. To be very fair.
She will soon bear fruit.
Voice of the Storms. Nope.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Damage taken while frozen recouped his life. Embarwick is definitely expensive. Space taken as cold. Oh shit, Jinx Juju. The fuck? How will you drop 2 Jinx Jujus and not tell me, my guy? Don't you know this might be my biz, my near biz amulet? She casually dropped the Jinx Juju and I was like, yeah, you don't need to know about that. Like 15C. I mean, this is not necessary, so I'll put you in here. Anyways, let's start making some rings, shall we? We have a lot of graph blood and we have a lot of...
She will soon bear fruit.
Not great. Not the worst. You are not too bad. Yeah, you will sell. The other two, not really. Yeah, this will 100% sell. Myself for like a divine.
Accepts your offering.
Keep printing. Sure. What about this one? It would sell. $25-ish chaos. Important thing is it sells. This not so much. This one not so much.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
This might be decent, worth considering. This is very worth considering for me. No, probably wouldn't sell. This very well could. So which ones did I say could sell? You can sell. Nope, your ass. I said you are worth considering for me. I'll keep you somewhere else. You could also potentially sell. 50 chaos. The rest of you are kind of mid.
She is pleased.
You know, you would think this would sell, but no. It is not going to. 1C. Any other league, that ring would be going for so much. Is that a prefix rarity? Or a suffix? A prefix rarity. But that's a viral. Okay, so it's just not words. It is us. Okay. This will sell.
The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Nah, I'm broke. Okay. This will sell. This. No. Where was the last one I said would sell? You. Really? That's surprising, actually. It's probably the early res row that is kind of gimping it. Like, this is triple res. Why is this not going to sell? Because like 13 times 3 is 39. I guess that's like a lower tier res. It also doesn't help that it doesn't have chaos res. Fair, okay. And this is a really good bone ring for res. Actually,
Feel free to meditate here.
it's not that great.
Be ever vigilant.
Next, let's start pricing these guys. You 29 chaos.
At that price.
You 24. You 45. You. I'll put you for 1D. Put up for 90, I guess.
We'll find a buyer eventually.
Thank you for the accident. All right. And then there's one more.
Gouge those rubes, I say.
Yo, Faustus, what the fuck? We have 8 minutes until the shipments. We have one more set of 20 maps. We have 3D and whatever. We have 29 sanctuaries. Let me see chaos orbs. You're going for 60. Jesus, man. Okay. I'm just going to confirm that Dunes is in fact Fortress. Yeah, it is Fortress. Okay.
I should raise my fees.
Escalation. Hordes.
I'll put the word out.
Now, how much are these going for, Eldritch? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 7. Put it up for 50. So somebody that wants to buy all 7 can buy it for 50.
They know all your secrets. Nothing is hidden from them.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
I need to recheck City Square's prices. There we go. Actually had gold this time. Proud of it. How am I already 22% of the way to level 99? Am I actually going to take the level 100 on this character? Like, I think that's wild. To be fair, I think a big chunk of the survivability I'm feeling, well, not a big chunk of it. Like, I'm attacking character, but I think the refactoring of enemy, like, monster damage to make it so Phase as extra was less dangerous, it did so much for low budget survivability. Like, if I were to slash deaths, I wonder how many deaths I would see. Let's do it. $99. Lol. That is not bad. Very not bad, actually. I would like to keep it on 99 so it never hits the triple digits. But I mean, it's PoE. Something's gonna happen. I'm gonna get lazy. I'm gonna underestimate his slam when I shouldn't. Something's gonna happen. I mean, just look at today. Volatile Core sent me home. Now, granted, that was the first death in days, but you know. I think Breach is just insanely good XP is why I'm already level 98. It's also part of the reason. Like all the Breach monsters we end up killing. Like these guys are giving us really good XP. Woo! Sivalo is back. Let's go.
You're alive. Got some goods in from the Karui.
This thing that was supposed to be here so long ago. Hmm? Alright, I think you're bad. Yeah. Also bad. Oh? Didn't expect that. Why are you not hidden? Energy leech 2020, not worth much. 2120 more. See what I mean? That's 120C in just one support gem already. Corrupting Cry, Void Manip 2023. It's 20 chaos. Keep that aside. Wind bursts. Elite Prolife 2020 is not worth much. Nobody wants to use it. Power charge on crit 2020 is 45. Keep that aside. CWDT. I will keep this aside for myself, just in case. Trap supports. Return Purge 2023. Now keep this aside for myself as well. These two are for myself. Volley. No. That's not greater volley though, so that's the problem with that one. How is chance to avoid bleed? Nothing. Okay. Regen, melee hits 45. Where's my chance to ignite? No chance to ignite? Boo. Okay, you're actually that's actually King's March pays. That's all I'm gonna say. King's March pays. This should also be decent money as well. Not as much as last league, but it's not even as much as I thought it would be. I got a suppressed tattoo. So in just these, I've probably made like 3 divines or something, maybe more. Ignoring the GCPs I'm going to get from these. And any of these ones I'm forgetting is actually good. I don't think any of them are good though, but I could be wrong. This could be decent. I don't know. But yeah. Isn't Energy Leech also decent? No. Okay. Oh, you're decent. But anyways,
Why, hello.
thank you.
Aye.
I'll take out the 50 CE by the time I'm done here. Oh, item rarity supports. Multi-strike. Oh my god, I gimped it. No, I didn't. Suppress should be here. Ramako Shaman is there. That's weird. $50. 50 for 125. Thank you. $50, 100, 25, 125. One of the belts I got from the tree sold. Nice, nice. We wait on this. I don't know why it's acting up. I have no idea why it's acting up. Cause like it didn't show my suppressed tattoo, which makes me feel it didn't see it, and I don't know why I wouldn't see it. But in any case, let's actually price this one too. It is. I'll put it for 19.
Hopefully there'll be interest.
In its place, I'll put a 20. All right, I give up. I tried. So what is it? What are the money makers again? You suppress, you like Ramako Shaman isn't even here. Like it's not seeing it for some reason. No idea why. I can imagine that means there's some extras that it's also not seeing, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Zatham, what up? How you doing? Welcome. I'm trying to solve the mystery that is the lack of suppressed tattoo in here and why it doesn't exist. I don't know why, man. Either way, I made good money from that shipment. First things first, multi-strike support 2120 is 130 chaos, so I'll put it for 129.
At that price?
Then you are 45 chaos. I'll put you up for 44 so you sell quick. You are 19. And then Ramako Shaman is in fact 249.
Well, make it happen.
I guess I should put 248. Volatile, what up? How you doing? Is the amulet good? Yep. I recommend it. At least on. I like using it. It's a good offensive option to Jinx Juju. That is like literally 1 to 2C. Though now that I do have my defense here, I probably want to get one that had. I probably should have gotten one that has. Oh shit. Give me a divine. Divine. No divine. Sag. Big Sag. Wait, we're not done with the bosses? Now we are. Did I ever end up making the last POB for Absolution? I think I did. Check my POB, see if... Check my spreadsheet, see if... Oh, nice. See if there's a Mage Blood version. Did you drop the Dark Monarch with double specters, or was that like, did you buy it? Oh, my suppressed tattoo has sold. Ooh, one of my first Eldritch Chaoses.
I shall slay every last one of you.
I fell in love with Perma, Val, Absolution, and Frisia. I know it's not the same, but I'm thinking about pushing it again. It's definitely not the same, but it's way better than it's been like prior to this season at least. So there's at least that. He dropped. It is under 3 divines. Oh, it is. That's kind of nice. Makes it a lot more accessible. Oh, this is now here instead of being a hidden 2D. Yeah, that's actually kind of nice. Dropping fast. Yep, I got mine for 4D. And even then, it already dropped from like 5, 6D. Power charge on crit is gone.
When I'm ready and not before.
cares you might want to tend.
You've had a sale, Exile.
Wish the shield would drop. Don't we all? That shield is insane. The price it's at. I saw. Like, it blows my mind that they actually did. Like, I'm like because when I bought it, I was like, I don't want to spend 13 divines on this. I thought 13 divines was already too expensive. Then it went up to 20 divines before it's now coming down to 17. Like if that isn't wild, I don't know what is. Like, that is a stupid amount of currency to spend on a shield or on the shield. Dude, my sanctuary luck is insane.
Approach, challenger.
Like, the moment I decide to sell the sanctuaries I have, I'm going to get at least like 12 divine plus. Are the tournaments really money? Like, they're thinking, which is more expensive than they typically are. So I have to assume they at least are a bit of money.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I was also trying to think if you could push an Ellie soul rest build further than poison damage wise. If you want to go Doriani version, it's possible in theory. My problem with Doriani is soul rest already makes you squishy. If you go Doriani, you literally will have zero space for defenses, which is why I opted for poison, because at least with poison there's no chest requirement and I can actually actively play around there for a tanky choice and stuff like that. Landmine strat for max profit. Giga profits. The best profit per hour will always be farming players. That's just the truth. Flesh crafter works for phantasms. You can't make them work with phantasms. Yeah, they work with every minion. It's just I mean, flesh crafters have no defensive redeeming qualities, so you know that is a purely offensive chess piece. The second belt from the tree has sold. At the very least, I can say the tree is still making me money. Like still a fair amount of money. Nothing mind boggling, but something nevertheless. I remember when I first came into a campaign and I was literally running from this guy because like this guy has to be like responsible for at least 10 of my 99 deaths. Like this guy alone is probably responsible for even more than that, to be honest. Like he was a pain to deal with when I was fresh into maps day one. If you really want to push some more Phantasm's elemental damage, and you don't want to go Doriani, I mean Doriani is obviously going to be good, but if you don't go Doriani, what else would you do? You would have to go Adorned, drop the Mage Blood Absolution files. Is it not? Wait, let me check. Is there not a Mage Blood version? Oh, I never made a Mage Blood. I never did. By the way, Zatham, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. I never did make the Mage Blood version. What did I want to do for the Mage Blood version again? I don't fully remember. I have a very good idea for what I wanted to do for Phantasm's Mage Blood version. It had to do with going Lycia and stuff. Did I have a solid idea for Absolution? Let me think. So I go Mage Blood, that settles my resistances, max res, all that good stuff. I would run Ruby and Sapphire Flask for max res, then Quartz and the other one. I have a fair amount of armor already. Oh no, I don't. I'm trying to I know there's no rush. I'm trying to remember if there was a solid plan for it. Mage Blood version, because if once you switch the belt, you lose damage here. And what I like to do is if I lose damage, I like to gain damage elsewhere. So if I'm dropping in Mage Blood, if I'm getting Mage Blood, that's fixing my defenses. Early max hits go up. Phase max hits, how would I go up? I'm not going Armor Flask. I wouldn't be going Armor Flask, right? You wouldn't need a Divine Flask for a Witch. So, but then Progen typically takes that spot. Any cool grafts? Off the top of my head, there's one that gives minion duration. You'd probably take that one. I think that's the lightning. It's either the lightning one or the ice one, but I think it's the ice one actually that gives minion duration. You take that one, so your absolution goes longer. And then you take molten shell. I think those are the two you would take. speaking of, yeah, I think those are genuinely two you take since you already have a bloodline ascendancy. This is the point where I go back to Frisha for inspiration. What was I supposed? What did I do for Mage Blood here? Ignore the what's it called? The voices budgets. This was experimental and was never actually the high budget. I think this is the high budget. We have the renewals here. Voices gamer. I mean, voices is good damage if you want to fit it. But I was fitting renewal for regen at the time. Why was I fitting? Oh yeah, I think I was going Guardian's Blessing, which is why I fit all that renewal. Does the high budget version have Guardian's Blessing? And if not, that is something we could do. What is the AG on this? The AG is a semi-explode, semi-defensive AG. Oh shit, Zatham with the 2 subs. Thank you, appreciate it. Enjoy the portal effect. The very sus portal effect. That reminds me, I should get the portal, to be fair. Where is the AG? This is the AG. That could be something we do, I guess. Use the AG for Guardian's Blessing. Fit in some renewals there just to help his regen a bit. Am I willing to do all of that? Am I willing to do that? I think realistically, the easiest way to add damage with a Mage Blood is by adding a second one of these. But the points would have to come from somewhere, and that somewhere would likely be defenses. So maybe, what is my block chance? I'm capped block. It might be this wheel that ends up being something here. Or maybe not. I'll think about it. I'll have it at the back of my mind that I don't have an idea for the Mage Blood version yet, and I'll just play around with a few ideas. Deserve it? Thank you for the kind words. And I'm glad, and I'm happy that I can be helpful.
We've made a trade.
We have? Oh shit, Void Manipulation also sold. Golden Charlatan works for AG, or do those type of effect no some changes come meme shit? What does Golden Charlatan do again? I'll have to check. I don't know it off the top of my head. Do I not have a wiki tab? I guess not. Okay then. Golden Charlatan. Is it spelled differently or is it new? Or is it the Golden Charlatan? It is. It's wiki. I hate that you have a forward version. Increase crits. Crits with this weapon do not deal extra damage. You gain a random shrine buff for 30 seconds when you kill a rare, and 1 max mana per 2 int. If you can give him int, it will work. And as for the gain a random shrine buff, he will get that as well. His crits will also not deal extra damage. And if you go change the command, neither will your sword's crits. That being said, there is no way I can think off the top of my head to give them ints. He can get the shrine buff, but he can't get ints. And even if he could, mana would do nothing for him. So this would be literally for the shrine buff, but for shrine buffs you can get the stuff like the goal, and there's more uptime for stuff like the goal.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
Is that a Conqueror map? Probably.
I shall slay every last one of you. We can win this. For the dreamer.
Ooh. I find that sometimes these breaches, they literally drop loot that is for the map, and I don't fully understand why that happens. And it's not all the time. Many times it's just, you know, the breach monsters loot, but sometimes, like home is specifically a city square loot thing. So unless they are counted as, like, you know, map monsters, but with like less quant or something, which maybe makes sense to a degree as to the way they scale. Who knows? Another sanctuary. Nameless here, surely give me some good. It won't be one more trash item for the road. I'm believing in you, Seer. Don't disappoint me. A literal bottom row, my guy. Bottom roll on both affixes. Why did I expect anything better? That's on me. That is on me. I own it. I shouldn't have expected it. Even a little bit. I should have known. You won't catch me again. I know your true colors. Alright? None of this nonsense. That is genuinely on me, and okay, fine. I need to settle all those soon. But I need to make sure they haven't gone up in price.
Drive back the Hiveborn!
Tell me you have flame.
Dreamers will! Help me!
I freed them.
Not long now! I'm going to lose focus! For victory!
Oh? This isn't blooming, boys. It's nah. Well, maybe it is. Trade has a way of being wrong these days. Since I think it's asynchronous trade, everything is just out of whack. Like even more so than with currency exchange, regular trade is just becoming more and more unreliable to price check. I'm hoping Awaken trade actually ends up using currency exchange for things like Skirab soon, or gives us the option to select it. Because I know PoE Ninja now has the option. And I think Filterblade also now uses currency exchange prices. Damn. That is a minus dexterity right there. That is quite the dexterity you got going on there. Man has so little dexterity, his in-game character is tripping. There was something I didn't pick. Oh well, it's gone. It's a 20% Wrath Aura, Immortal Flesh. What are the other uses? Last league, this would have been giga money, mind you. Because Doriani Mercs would have loved that. But this league, nah. We have 33 sanctuaries now. Giga money when we sell it. Make that 34.
When I'm ready, I'm not afraid.
What is hitting me hard, my guy?
Hail.
What is this? What fracture do you have? 07. All right. I need to drink water. I need to eat. And getting a slight headache. But that's gonna be for today. We made quite a bit of money, actually. We have a ton of sanctuaries, and in the ideal universe, we're going to finish them all up tomorrow and bulk sell them. Now, for upgrades, what we are currently thinking about, well, there's a lot we need to do. But if we get to the amount of money I want to have, i.e. to the tune of like 20D, we might buy our Sublime Vision just to keep, but like to have it first and foremost. Actually, maybe not, because it has been dropping in price, and I like the fact that it's dropping in price. So I'm gonna be watching it, and if it ever goes back up, I'm gonna buy it then. But do that, and then Watcher's Eye, I need to actually pay attention to those, and then I have to start paying attention to. Oh shit! It actually went back up, so maybe it is a good time to buy it. Maybe, yes, maybe it's a good time to buy it. Anyways, so that's what we're gonna be doing tomorrow. Saving up money for not yet the Doriani swap, but we are getting there. is the TLDR of that. We'll be there eventually. It's gonna be an expensive one. But it's gonna be worth it. Mage Bloods are currently 190 divines. Do I want to save up for one? Not anytime too soon, I think. Not anytime too soon. Maybe eventually. Maybe. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Was fun. Till then, though, have a good night. See ya, Zatham.